Wait, did someone already get the first? Or is it just loading? Okay, great. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Bum, 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 bum. Oh. Oh shit, I should use like the fucking pictures folder thing. I thought something happened with my soundboard. I thought for some reason my soundboard went off, and I'm just like, huh? Menace? A menace? We love her.
I EP.
Yeah, EP?
It was... I don't think I even fell asleep. You know,
Oh.
it was just like a little power nap, you know?
Yeah. I took one this morning. You're able to rest. Oh. Fair. Don't ever think of that. I think there was this old thing, End of Pizza Gellion. Actually, I'm gonna save this for on stream because I want to see if anyone else remembers this. Because my ads are gonna start. I'm gonna start. Set it for 40 seconds. Yeah. Are you awake enough for thoughts?
Thoughts? None.
Mood. Imagine
Like-
having thoughts.
Like... You're hiring this person? I like them. I like... Oh!
Are you just looking at?
I was like, why are you putting, like, did they already do?
Everything. Y'all get to hear all the shenanigans that we are up to. Hi, chat. Hi, Call Me Metal. Hi, Ember. How are you doing? Say hi. Say hi.
Hi.
There we go. Ducky's getting some insider information. She's doing some insider training and is getting some insider information on some 2.0 stuff. And I was asking her opinion. That's all. That's all that was happening.
Yeah, you know.
I'm becoming a My Little Pony
You know how it
streamer,
is.
and I had to ask her opinion on my cutie marks.
They were cute.
They were
So
cute.
they filled the necessity. I am still so out of
Hello,
it.
hello.
You'll be okay. Hi. Sorry,
Oh, I should open the world.
I'm just opening the game right now, so. I made a mistake, and chat will get to learn about it now. Hold on. I just updated Smappy yesterday. What happened?
What the fuck is Snappy?
Smappy? It's the mod thing. But I had to just update it yesterday because I downloaded a fun little thing for my chat to do where they can harass me.
You know, the funniest thing about the intro sequence here is the fact that chat couldn't hear you.
No, but they could hear you.
They just heard.
Oh!
Yeah. It was.
I thought I had muted it,
Yeah.
and apparently I hadn't.
Oh, whoops.
So I'm a bit of a dummy.
Head empty.
Hold on 1 second. Downloading something real quick.
Oh yeah?
Why? How did we just get 40,000 gold?
Did we? I don't know.
That is a good question. What did we do? Huh?
What did we do?
What?
Like, I'm not complaining, but like...
Yeah, what happened here?
Huh?
Hold on, I'll check it. Give me 1 second.
Ducky, did you rob a bank?
No, I'm not even
Okay,
on there.
so I will say I did download crowd control, which allows chat to interact with my game, but it's
Wait,
not
would that
on right now. So
Fuck, I need to learn how to set up crowd control.
yeah, it's not on right now, so it shouldn't.
So that's not it.
It shouldn't be that. Hi Nick, how is it? How's it going? How's it? How is it?
Oh, I have some artifacts there.
Oh, cause fucking Stardew's up. All right. There we go. Okay, Stardew should work now.
Cool. Yeah, Peach, at some point, can you help me set up, because I would love to set up crowd control for this.
Yes.
Just to make these even more hectic.
They can kill you. Chat can straight up murder you. Commit murder.
Fucking fantastic.
Supposed to be call me mental, but I'm not lazy. Twitch is just kind of dumb. Aw, damn.
Oh yeah, I was gonna mention for stream, I was gonna wait. Because, Peach, you were saying, you just like to stare up at the ceiling.
Sometimes, yeah.
Or, well, you don't, I mean, I don't know if you like it, but you do it.
I do be doing it from time to time,
Anyways,
yeah.
whenever I'm doing that, I just think of, there's this old thing, End of Pizza Gellion, and I don't know if anyone in chats remembers this. It was Evangelion scenes, but they just throw pizza in it. It was very much 2012 era humor. But like, all I could think of is Shinji in the hospital bed looking up. There's a pizza on the ceiling. Just goes, another unfamiliar pizza.
Hold on 1 second. I need to nuke crowd control because it's trying to connect to crowd control right now. And I think that pop-up is just gonna continue until I...
Yo, we got skeleton. Let's go.
Yo, we got skeleton?
Hey, yo, who up with the skeleton?
We got a peach?
Peach!
God, I forgot we were in the fucking mines.
Now we back in the mines.
I'm so confused on how the hell we got all of that money.
I have no idea.
Oh, I think we were like selling a bunch of shit before we... Hello? Hello? Hello?
Huh?
Sorry, he's just
Hello?
wandering around near me and it startled me a little.
Don't worry about it.
What are you bringing into my house, ma'am?
Nothing.
What did you just put in my house? You can say nothing all you want, but that was definitely something.
Ma'am?
Gigi's just walking back and forth around my house. I'm a little nervous.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Anyways, I think we sold a bunch of shit.
You can trust me.
Can I?
Well.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay, yeah, we did have that amount of money.
Did you go back?
We did. Yeah, I went back.
Did you go back to the VOD?
Yeah, I did. I was like,
wow.
Where the fuck? I mean, I had the fishing mod.
Wait, it's summer right now, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have not finished summer yet.
Man, I love MILFs.
Alright, cool.
Man, I love fishing.
Yo, I love MILFs. Holy shit, we have so much in common.
I got a star fruit.
Congratulations.
Where's my hoe?
I don't know.
Oh, no, it's not. I thought that was my hoe in my inventory.
Oh, I thought you were like gonna pick the low-hanging fruit there, Peach, and like go, I'm right here.
I'm not just anyone's hoe. I'm expensive.
And I don't have the money.
Oh, that's a fucking... Okay. Sorry, I have a mod up, so my game looks a little different from y'all's. And this did not... I have a scarecrow at the end of my,
Hold on, I can have your
I have a scarecrow at the end
of
my
I hate that.
thing. It's not a scarecrow, it's a package of blueberries.
Huh? Let me see this.
It's a box full of blueberries.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, bold choice. But
no, we should...
For a minute, I was like, what am I looking at right now? I've discovered.
Wait, I'm gonna try something real quick. I don't know how this works. Where is it? There's a thing that Twitch has for
stream share? Yeah, stream together. I have not touched that.
Neither have I, but apparently it helps you in the algorithm if you have it.
Really?
If you do a
Ducky is loud. Ducky's always loud, but I can lower her for you if that would make you feel more
comfortable. No, that's not. That wasn't. I don't think it was the stream together. There was something.
There is a stream together, but I've never used it.
I don't know if that's it though.
Okay, I lowered Ducky for you.
I don't know.
Yeah, Gort, what are you trying to say? Huh?
Huh? Wait,
huh?
You're saying what?
Gore's like, Ducky's a loud ass bitch.
Oh hey, we got an ancient fruit.
We got an ancient fruit?
Do I just sell it?
The ancient fruits? No.
Yeah.
Do not. No.
Do not sell the ancient fruit.
Okay, I will not. I will put it in a chest and let you two
forget about it.
Yeah, don't think about it.
Hi guys.
Don't look at it.
It is 2:30 p.m. Do I have time to go to the mines?
It's 2:30 p.m. and all I've done is technical work.
Do you know where your children are?
Yes, hopefully with Gore and a Bahama Bucks parking lot. Who doesn't love MILFs? I don't know, but I feel like my chat is definitely not somewhere to hang out if you don't love MILFs.
For real?
Like me specifically, like...
Yeah, like you are MILF.
I am MILF. There's nothing I can do about that. Why did I
Not that you'd want to do anything about it.
No. The crab's in the wrong fucking chest.
Damn, I hate
God damn it,
in the wrong
Peach.
chest.
I'm not the brightest. I'm not the brightest bulb on the shelf. MILF supremacy indeed.
I believe in MILF supremacy. Yo, I got the ladder. Let's go.
My mod makes all of y'all's houses look so nice. Hi, Tomate. How are you?
Oh, yeah?
Someone get this fucking ghost out of here.
Fucking ghosts.
Nice, it's dead. Well,
I don't remember what that is. Okay.
So What is that blue ore? Is it like sapphire or is it diamond?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? It's aquamarine.
Aquamarine? That's a very pretty color.
It is.
Thank you. I love you more than life itself.
What did Ducky give you?
No. Gore came and brought me a snow cone.
Snow cone?
Oh my god, that sounds amazing.
And it has ice cream in it.
Oh, fuck yeah?
Let's go.
Oh yeah, I forgot that's how I woke you up at one point, Gaz.
I feel like you'd get pissy if something was a few inches to the left. No, I'd be fine.
So, I've been hosting Pokemon Horizons watchings.
Oh, how's that been?
And it's been fun.
I've been only able to watch it on...
We're gonna have to do that tomorrow, by the way.
I've only been able to watch it on Netflix because of the fact that,
yeah?
I watch on the TV while watching my daughter.
Right.
And
I don't think anyone's been uploading it to YouTube as far as I know.
No, Netflix is, Netflix has it fucked. They're releasing it in batches.
Yeah.
Which I hate, so. Ty Storm, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a great day. That's all. I just am upset about it.
Not fair. I'm upset about it for you. But anyways, to wake up Gaz here, at one point I just went, screaming in his DMs, Gaz, 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 MILFs, hot MILFs in your area, they're approaching, Gaz, Gaz, Gaz.
That is how Gore wakes me up.
Spamming. Honestly, that's pretty based.
I hear hot MILFs in my area, and I'm shooting awake. I'm on the prowl.
I'm hunting.
I just spilled snow cone on my shirt. Someone kill me. We're good.
That's an issue.
Yeah, it is. I know, Ducky.
A skill-based one, even.
I'm gonna go rummage in Ducky's trash as as punishment.
For the snow cone?
For Ducky saying it's an issue. Oh yeah, Netflix makes everything more fucked than it needs to be.
And you know what? Hey, I could make you even more angry.
Yeah.
About it. Up to episode, I think we found it was episode like 29 is already dubbed.
That is stupid.
Because it aired earlier in like Europe or something.
Mm-hmm. I believe it.
So it's already available. They just haven't put it out.
Yeah.
I too can.
That sounds about Netflix of them.
Well, guys, you gotta remember, to them, only children are watching those shows, so it doesn't even matter.
Now, I will say...
Look, even my 1-year-old's upset.
I will say something. I will say, where they chose to stop with that batch was a good spot.
Which is fair, but I want more.
Yeah, because it's fucking amazing.
It's fun. I'm enjoying it. It's a good time.
And it just gets better and better.
Do I have the bait recipe?
You should.
I do.
I also wish free time was real, like in Stardew.
Same, honestly.
Yeah, we are. How many followers am I away from? 8 followers still away from 1,300, and I've decided on something.
We shouldn't be 8 followers away. We should be at
0.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I've decided if I reach 1,300, I will add 13 hours to the timer.
Well then. They jumped from Marineford all the way to Egghead. I know, and I laugh about it constantly.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so if you're watching One Piece on Netflix, you can watch all the way up to Marineford, which is great, except for the fact that they went, instead of adding all the stuff after Marineford, let's go ahead and add Egghead as it's airing, because people are going to be super hype about it, and we want them to be hype on our website. So yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna devil's advocate here.
Uh-huh.
Licensing is a bitch.
True. Licensing is a bitch. Why is there a bear in my house?
And that's probably what it is.
Hey, real question. Why is there so many statues in my house?
What are you talking about?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it.
What even is
I thought you were a furry.
Yeah, I thought you liked bears.
What even is this?
I thought you liked gore.
I'm trying to figure out.
Gore a bear?
Yes. I'm trying to figure out what some of this shit is. Hold on.
Well, you should sleep on it.
Yeah, you know what? I think that's a good idea.
God, I read the newest chapter
Way to be
earlier.
subtle, Iggy. Way to be subtle. Maybe you should sleep on it, you know. Like, I don't know, like right fucking now.
Yeah, this exact moment in time.
Mm-hmm.
God, it's like, so I was playing Fortnite with like Naya and Zika yesterday.
Right.
And Naya was just like, I had this fucking passive aggressive to Zika. It's like, yeah, I love girls, especially girls who ready up. Zika's just like, that better not have been about me, god damn it. But yeah, I read the newest chapter of One Piece earlier, and oh my
It's
Lord.
wild in right now.
It's wild in right now. Oda's cooking.
Oda is definitely cooking. I feel the same way about My Hero right now, though. My Hero is popping off right now, actually.
I know Kat has or Jess has opinions on My Hero.
Are they decent opinions?
No.
Oh, that's fair. Well, okay,
Basically,
let me also
it
say,
kind of fell off.
Are they an anime watcher or are they a manga reader or both?
I don't know if she actually reads it. Jess, do you actually read it, or do you just like see what happens? Because that's what I did with Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal at the time. I just kind of just like read the synopses of each episode.
Fair.
And just seeing what new numbers were put out, if any. Oh, I found a rainbow shell. But, like, it's clearly blue.
No,
so...
it is clearly blue, yeah.
Okay, Jess read the manga until the Villain Academy arc ended.
Okay. You're missing out. I hate to be the one to say it. You're missing out. It's gonna end, like, soon. I will not be doing any One Piece manga spoilers. Please do not panic. I promise.
Yes.
You are safe here with me. I would never do that to you.
Safe. We're not going to talk about the hot orgy between the 5 elders.
the hot orgy between Nami and Robin.
Yeah. Well, that's not an orgy. That's just sex.
True. Well, with all those hands, it could be.
Yo, you know Robin can get freaky.
Robin's a freak. Anyways, My Hero, you are, I will say, it has gotten way better from that point. I think there are definitely, oh damn, you got caught.
I did. Don't judge me.
I will say, there are still some points in there that are kind of cliche-ish, but we're in the big war arc right now, and that's gonna be how it ends. And it's gotten really good. Literally this week's chapter, I was in tears.
So it just says, I used to roleplay Hero Academia. I still get recommended spoilers. None of it sounds even remotely good. I also read a lot of spoiler stuff, and it's just a mess, is what
okay, as somebody who's currently reading it, it's not. I promise, it's not a mess. It's actually pretty good. A lot of people kind of have complaints about the war arc only because it kind of feels like a Avengers Endgame kind of thing, but in Hori's defense, he is a very big Marvel
Avengers
stan, so Deku is heavily.
Holy shit! We caught glasses in our trap.
Oh yeah.
Somehow.
Hori is very much a Spider-Man. Like, it's very obvious Deku is heavily Spider-Man. You used to roleplay My Hero Academia, Gore? Wait a minute, we need to have a conversation. Why didn't I know this?
This is where we learned that Jess and Gore used to roleplay together.
I need you to know, if that turns out to be the case, I'm gonna watch Gore kill himself live.
But we have to learn now, where did y'all roleplay? We need to We need to get to the bottom.
No, you did not tell me this.
Twitter?
Get back into it, please.
Twitter? Jess, you did not roleplay on Twitter.
Hey, they could have said, like, Amino, Meverse.
They could have said Amino.
Meverse would have been fucking baller.
Flipnote
I miss
Hatina.
Meverse. Someone yad your RP.
Yeah, no, you need to... Yeah, Hori is definitely in the Avengers Endgame right now, but...
Okay, it was... So Gore did it on Reddit.
Yeah, Gore did it on Reddit. Hi, can I help you?
Damn, so there was no crossover. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, no crossover.
That would have been fucking amazing.
You would have heard Gore come in here and unsheath a sword.
Ducky, what did you buy? Ducky? Hey, Ducky. Why did we just lose, like, $15,000?
She was in
Actually, we lost a lot more than that, so...
She was
How if I know?
She was in the, blacksmith.
Okay, wait, what is the next material for upgrading? It's not copper.
Gold.
I have steel.
Yeah, gold. I
Gold?
think is the next
Cool.
one.
Alright, where's all my gold? Alright, Peach brought it to the mine.
Sorry about it. I already have gold bars made in the mines, by the way.
Oh, fuck yeah. How much do we need for the,
5.
upgrade? 5?
Yeah.
Pog.
Oh, the My Hero OC tournament. I do remember that. That is suddenly very familiar to me. I used to roleplay on Wattpad. Wild. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna hydrate with my snow cone.
Oh, God.
Is the snow cone hydrating?
It's ice.
I mean, but it's also got, like, syrup.
So does Kool-Aid. I don't know. But if I said I was gonna hydrate with a glass of Kool-Aid, I don't think anybody would say anything about it.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, you just gotta sip hard enough. Thank you all for the pets.
Yo, those geodes fucking sucked! Anyways.
But yeah, no, it was a My Hero OC tournament where we would make the hero scenarios and the competitors would have to roleplay how they would resolve the scenarios. Other players could write rebuttals and so on, and then we would vote on whoever had the best thread and plan. You did all of this for free.
Yeah. What the fuck is wrong with you?
For free. I feel that way about- There was a One Piece roleplay we were part of, and Gore did that for free too, and I don't get it.
I mean, somebody's just do it for the love of the craft.
Yeah, but like, we almost got a divorce because of it.
Wait, what? Huh?
New lore.
Gore.
New lore.
Gore.
Gore. New lore. A
we
One
need to have a
Piece
talk.
roleplay almost caused a divorce.
Go on!
We were just, there's a lot of time being spent in, the One Piece roleplay that was not being spent with family.
Oh, okay, I thought, wait, were you in the roleplay, or?
I joined the
It was just
roleplay
Gore.
later
You joined
on,
it.
After there was much time not being spent with the family.
I see.
As an attempt to spend more time with the family.
So, you know, the family RP session?
Yeah, I hated every second of it. Every single person on that roleplay was a fucking cunt and asshole, except for Dawn.
Oh my
If Dawn's
God.
here, I love you.
No, double down on that shit. Dawn fucking...
Dawn,
I can't even finish that. Yeah, Peach can say it. I cannot.
You're like, I don't know this man. There are like 2 people from that
Dawn
role.
was a man.
There are 2 people from this roleplay that I genuinely enjoy to this day. Everybody else can suck nuts.
Is one of them Gore?
Debatable.
Debatable.
Hey, how do I fix this bridge?
That's a city. That's a community center thing. Yeah.
Did you say titty?
No.
I love titties!
But I also love titties. But no.
Holy shit, I love titties.
Where's the cave?
Titties are great. What? Which
cave?
The cave
It's
on
up
our
on
farm.
the top left.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Oh.
But like,
The cave
like
on the
right
new map
by
is at
the-
the bottom, so I've been playing that constantly. So.
Wait, new map? Yeah, we'll get there eventually.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it was such a hyperfixation that Gore almost became single. Multiple times.
Oh my god.
There was such a
I wanna do
hyperfixation that we had many hour-long car rides where I was like, you gotta pull it together, man.
Oh my god. For the One Piece RP? That's wild.
I'm like, you gotta pull yourself together.
You gotta pull yourself together.
You gotta pull yourself together. They're already beating up the Navy. Pull yourself together.
They're at our door. Did I play the Hades 2 test? Well, I applied for it, so my answer is obviously gonna be
if
yes.
you get into it.
Yeah, if you're able to get into it, why the fuck wouldn't you? I applied for it,
Actually,
and I have not been accepted. So, actually, you know what?
no.
Yeah, give
Don't,
me your Steam
because-
account and let me play it for you. For content reasons, and then you can just watch it on Steam.
And you can write it off on your taxes then.
Is that how
Big
it works?
brain. I don't know.
I don't think that's how that works.
I'm not
think
paying
so.
for it. I'm getting it for free.
Hey, any tax advisors in chat?
Real quick tax
Close your
question.
ears.
Hey, H&R Block in chat.
Are you in
I know
chat?
you're.
Hit me up. Hit me up. Real quick. Sponsorship?
I know you're listening.
You always listen
No,
to
you
us
guys
because you think we're
listen
gonna
to
commit
us?
crimes.
Yeah.
Which... No, we're not.
Absolutely not.
Link.
God, we have so much fucking coal. And I can only make one preserve jar.
Yeah, hey, any bankers in chat? Can you, like, fucking give me money? Hey, bankers, can you raise the timer?
I'll never forgive Oda. What did he do? Besides almost ruining my relationship.
And also turning, basically, the entire community into P-words.
True. Oh, that's it? You're just never gonna forgive Oda for almost ending my relationship? Where did all of the fruit go? That was in the cave.
Oh, I took it.
Oh, okay.
I ate it.
I was literally just looking at all of that fruit with the intention of putting it all in a preserve jar. And then it all vanished.
It's in my chest.
Okay, bet.
Somewhere. In order to find the fruit of tree, you must first solve my riddle 3.
I would kill myself, actually, I think.
That's the answer to the first riddle. What the fuck? I didn't even say it yet.
Like, bye, I guess.
Well, shit.
Oh my goodness.
That was, as they say, sick nasty.
Who was they?
Me? I say sick nasty all the time.
George wants a hot pepper. Well, George, I want therapy.
Well, George, I want hot sex, so...
Yeah, are you gonna get on that for me?
Oh, therapy. Yeah, I meant therapy.
You gonna get on that for me, George? Get out of that wheelchair, let's go.
Let's go. You know, George, I bet you don't even need that wheelchair. I've seen you walk once. That means you don't need it at all.
I saw you walk once, which means you don't need it, obviously.
Yeah.
I know how this works.
Square up.
Yeah. Square up, idiot.
I know how this works, George. You can't trick me. Look, I'm not proud of old me. I had to go to therapy. It was a bad time.
There's nothing wrong with going to therapy.
There's not. It's just funny the way he worded it. Gore being like, look.
Listen, it was a dark time in my life.
The One Piece roleplay really ruined me.
It really fucked me up.
See, but without the additional context as to why you went to therapy, it really does just sound like you went to therapy over the One Piece roleplay, and that is the funniest fucking reason to go to therapy I've ever heard.
And telling your therapist, yeah, and then they ate the devil fruit that I was saving.
I don't know, it's just something about the idea of being like, yeah, got a little too into the One Piece roleplay, had to go to therapy, like...
It's so fucking good.
It's so funny out of context.
So where do we get a hot pepper for Georgie boy?
I have a hot pepper if anybody wants to bring it to George.
I'll bring it to him.
All right.
I'll shove it up his ass.
All right. I thought you were going to say
like,
you were going to bring it to him so I wouldn't fuck him, but...
Something?
It could be.
Is it a hoe thing?
It might be.
Peach, is it?
Maybe. Yeah, I need y'all to understand this. Gore just said it, but I'm gonna repeat it. This man was writing novels every 2 weeks. Novels.
For free.
For free. During all of his free time. Oh, did the chickens eat all the food and not leave any for the ducks? Oh, I'm sorry, y'all.
That's so
the hot
fucked up.
pepper is in the green chest.
Awesome.
What the fuck? Where's my food?
I don't know.
Peach?
I didn't touch it.
What happened to my food?
Wait, what food are you talking about?
The food that you just said the chickens ate.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry about it, ducks. The chicken stole it before you could get any.
So fucked up.
I want that mod where I can butcher the chickens.
Oh my god.
What roleplay? What One Piece roleplay do to a motherfucker? So fucking true. It is a little wild what was going on.
Okay, wait, where is this motherfucker?
Lost my wife and child over One Piece. Yeah, it's hilarious on paper. It was not hilarious at the time.
This is gonna be great material. And this is gonna be great for material.
Yeah, I think at one point during that whole situation, I said, this is gonna be really funny later. It was not funny right then, though.
How is he using the pepper for his knee, anyways?
I don't know.
Who the fuck knows?
Is he just rubbing it on there?
Maybe.
I think so, yeah. I mean,
Hey,
it makes
George.
sense.
Does it?
Well,
Maybe.
think about, like, how, like, spicy food, like, makes, like, your like,
Oh, you're saying
mouth
he
all, like,
eats it.
tingly. No. Like, spicy food can make, like, it feel numb sometimes.
Sure.
So...
I guess.
Yeah, Oda
but
better be
I
reimbursing
don't
me.
think...
Therapy's expensive.
Yeah, right? Come on, Oda. Pay my therapy bill.
Get on it.
So, like...
Yeah, Gore's dad lore goes
Vegapunk's
crazy.
head.
Yeah, we can't talk about it. We can't spoil.
No, I mean, like, the head we see early on.
Right. Big as hell.
I kind of want to suck on it.
Damn.
Like, it just looks satisfying.
Looks suckable. I don't know.
It does! I mean, sure, it looks like
my
a scrotum, but, like...
Alright, there we go. I think one
You
more...
see, third gets it. Third gets it.
Third word will agree with anything.
That's true. That's correct. What am I doing today?
Yeah,
Who
that's
knows?
kind of been me. I'm like,
Because I don't have my pickaxe right now.
Damn. I actually need to do
I
that.
can go chop some trees.
I'm making preserves in the cave, so don't mind me. Can you preserve?
Third be like, if a beautiful woman disagrees with me, I will immediately change my views. I have no principles.
That's kind of Showl.
That's me, though.
Yeah.
I value the opinion of a beautiful woman way more than my own thoughts.
Yeah, my thoughts betray me. Beautiful women have never betrayed me.
And even if they did, it was probably my fault anyways.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. Exactly.
I wasn't good enough, so...
Clearly, I fucked up.
I forgot there's
What
ice
is the
cream in the
moss
snow
for?
cone.
God, I want some
What,
ice
did you,
cream.
like, get a jump scare?
I took a whole bite and it was vanilla ice cream, and I was like, huh!
God, I love some of that white stuff right now.
I mean... You do you, bestie.
Thank you.
You're like, thank you, I will.
Yeah, I will, actually. As a matter of fact, maybe I will.
Maybe I will. Yeah, if a beautiful woman disagrees with me, what did I do wrong?
Yeah, please tell me, Queen. Queen, how did I mess up? Queen, please. Oh, I want a mystery box. Where are the mystery boxes?
You gotta cut down trees, bestie.
I am cutting down trees!
Slay the house down boots, I guess. Vanilla extract is brown, though? What the fuck does that mean? Oh.
I'm not gonna say I want that brown stuff.
Well, chat wants you to.
That's nasty.
Chat wants you to.
Well, you gotta redeem it. I think I ever redeemed to say that. To say stuff. Or tweet it. You gotta fucking redeem that shit.
I actually have an exact redeem just for that situation.
Yeah.
Crazy how that works.
Funny you should say. Yeah.
All of these lobster traps, and not a single one has a lobster.
Oh, we got a diamond to the museum? Oh
She's just donating all the shit that I've been storing.
my god.
What? No, that was all from my own chest. It was! I broke open geodes!
Oh, okay. Thank you so much for the ara.
I can't believe you distrust me that much.
What are you doing, leprechaun bitch? Get over here.
Alright, my turn.
Leave my husband alone. No, don't talk to my husband.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Absolutely not. Man stealing whore.
I guess I'm not auto-ordering
Right.
for chat. Fine, that's fine.
Sorry, I'll shut up so you can auto-ara. I was chasing Ducky away from my husband.
Fair.
Yeah.
See, hers is better than mine.
No, yours
Yeah.
is great. Anyways, Jess did redeem the tweet, so I did have to tweet that
You wanted the white stuff?
brown stuff.
Oh.
Yay. Have I not brought any?
I wish it was the white stuff.
I haven't brought any eggs to the fucking damn community center. I should do that.
The dam? Why are you bringing eggs to the dam?
You know, the beavers like them.
Do they?
Yeah, beavers love eggs.
You know what? I'm not going to disagree with you on this one. They probably do.
I feel like most
Listen, a
animals
beautiful
love
woman
eggs.
is telling me something. I can't help but agree.
I can't disagree.
I'm sorry, Jerry. I can't disagree.
She's a beautiful woman.
She's a beautiful woman, Jerry. It's funny because I'm using the fake Jerry voice to say that, so he's just saying it to himself, I guess.
Yeah,
like
sure.
Go Off King.
Yeah.
My game is modded. Yeah. There's not beavers in this game. No. I meant like beavers IRL. I was talking about real beavers. Why did you call...
You're not a real beaver. We can always tell.
Why are you calling eggs calcium encased fetuses?
No. They're right.
I don't want them to be
they
right.
aren't.
That's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate because they are.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. They're right. They're right, Jerry.
I'm gonna tuck away some mushroom logs in these woods. I'll check on those.
Hey, fingers. Broccoli seeds. What season is broccoli for?
Fall.
Fall. Cool. I'm storing up.
Oh.
Okay.
They're womb drops? I hate this.
Goody goody womb drop.
I hate this. Why are we always talking about wombs when I play Stardew Valley? Why does this happen to me?
I'm coming.
Uh-huh.
I'm zooming.
Take your time. I'm just eating my now ice cream because I'm out of snow cone. It's all ice cream now.
That's unfortunate.
Beans.
All units be advised, I threw up on the cute nurse at the Texas Children's Hospital on March 13th, 2019.
Yeah? You're just gonna
Is that haunting
put that
you?
out there, Kula?
Kula, is that haunting you at night to this day?
Hang on. Is the radio voice working? Someone threw up on the computer at the Texas Children's Hospital.
All units be advised.
Viewer discretion is advised.
I wouldn't be. Every time I see a cute blonde nurse, man, you puke on her every time.
Okay. Related story.
Mm-hmm.
So, for whatever reason, as a little sprout, whenever we went out for dinner, I would throw up.
Whoa.
Without fail. Before the dinner even came, I would throw up.
Were you all right?
Yeah, I was perfectly fine. Like, I just ate dinner happily as if nothing happened. But, like...
Were you just really hungry? That it made you nauseous?
No, because I apparently felt perfectly fine. It was just an extremely consistent, yeah. Only if we went out to dinner. Not eating at home.
Interesting.
And the first thing my mom would do when getting to a restaurant is ask for a bag. You're like, why?
She came prepared.
She's like, just bring me a bag. Trust me.
I think that's how Gore felt whenever we would go out when I was pregnant.
Sometimes I would throw up. Sometimes I would throw up, and it's like, that's why. Now, recently I did ask my mom, why didn't you just bring your own bag?
That's too much work.
She didn't have an answer. No, because she brings random shit. This bitch brings oregano with her everywhere.
Same. I am your mother.
God damn it.
Mom?
Some shit just needs...
Betray!
Ducky, what happened?
Hang on, just got a $10 dono from Betray.
Don't worry.
Wait, I did not hear what the dono... Wait, what did the dono say? What? Hang on, I'm gonna go back to the dashboard. What did that say?
Look, sometimes shit be under-seasoned, and it's just better to bring your own seasonings.
Okay, I won't... I see, okay. Okay, your secret is safe?
It's not safe with me, don't tell nobody. You tell me,
hey,
I'm telling the world.
I have a quick Stardew question.
Yes, ma'am.
How do I betray you guys?
You can't.
Unrelated. Totally unrelated to anything. But how do I...
Betrayal is not an option.
Fuck.
Sorry about it, girlfriend. Look, sometimes you go places and their food's just nasty.
It wasn't even the food, though!
No, I'm talking about bringing oregano.
Yeah. Yeah, we have no idea why I would just always throw up.
That is wild. But also very on brand.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah. You know, then eat the dinner perfectly happily.
So weird. Your
body was just like, alright, this looks pretty damn good. Let me just...
No, it was before even ordering! It just...
Anticipation.
I just threw up?
You get real excited about food.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's true. I do love food.
It's summer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm talking to Kula.
Oh.
Also, Gore, you don't need to do that anymore. Because I tagged them in the title, so.
Let Gore live. All right.
No, actually, kill him. Don't go. We love her. We love our husband.
What if Gore's just getting on my nerves? Have you ever considered that? I mean, he's not.
Wait, how do
have
I
you
kill this
considered it?
thing?
How do you kill what thing? The flying
The little
bug?
beetle.
You can't.
Oh.
They're unkillable.
What the fuck?
You got that, dragon. I believe in you.
That's crazy.
Ducky, what the fuck did you just buy?
A dehydrator recipe.
Oh, that's actually important. Okay, good job.
Yo, that's me every
If we're gonna
day.
be doing all these mushrooms,
Yeah,
you know.
I just put more mushroom logs out too, so.
I'm a dehydrated bitch.
Kids, mom and
I was
dad are
really
fighting.
hoping it would be up here.
The ladder?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Alright, have fun with that.
what's wrong with it? You're the one dealing with the dragon. The dragon
fine.
hits harder.
Yeah, but it's not as annoying. Wait, does the bug hurt you, or is it just...
No, it
In the
does hurt
way?
you.
That's...
I just let it fly through me.
I like the way it's... Oh, there's the ladder.
Cool.
Hi, Anna King!
Skull cavern with a copper pickaxe? Look, it's not ideal.
If murder is legal for you, necromancy immediately after.
I am planning on upgrading my pickaxe. Please stop stressing me.
Why did the ghost just teleport?
Oh, they kind of just do that. I also
Yeah, they
smacked
kinda
it,
just-
so.
Hey, how do I permanently kill the mummy?
The mummies, you have to blow them up.
Gotta blow them?
Yeah.
Alright, I can do that.
That's how you permanently kill me too, honestly.
You gotta kill him and then
Yeah, you gotta kill them and then blow them up.
You gotta blow and go?
Yeah.
yeah.
Relatable.
You gotta flash and dash.
Wait, did you find
That's what I do to get free food. Hey, 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 hey!
Ay, ay, ay!
I don't want to be in here anymore.
Oh shit! Thank God! Great timing!
Oh god.
Hey, ghost.
No, stop hitting me. Stop it. Stop. I don't like it. It makes me
Oh,
feel like a
hole.
piece of meat. Oh, you found a hole? I want some hole.
Yeah,
Hold on, I'm
found the
coming.
hole. Found the hole.
I want some hole. I'm coming.
Jump in. 7 levels, let's go.
Ooh.
Holy fuck.
Ladder.
Oh, I'm doing so unwell. This dragon's about to make me do so much more unwell.
That's cool. Copper. Oh.
Look, blow gets straight to my heart.
Noted, noted.
And it's not because I'm a drug addict. Ladder.
Oh. Ooh, emerald.
The raw Ducky, what happened?
Ducky. Ducky!
Oh
What?
no, what happened?
Ducky!
Jumped into a shaft while a mummy was on my ass, and the mummy hit me, and then I.
Oh, ladder here.
You know.
Oh no.
You know how it is. $1,000, and I lost my sword. All right.
Oh, that's
New
fucked
game.
up! That's fucked up!
We're done here, guys.
That's so fucked up. I'd like to speak to the manager of the valley.
I would like to speak to the manager
Yeah,
of
Lewis?
of the cave.
Hey, Lewis. Hey, Lewis.
Of the skull
Lewis?
Can we
caverns.
talk real quick? Can we just talk real quick?
Actually, wouldn't it be like Mr. Key,
Yeah, I think it is key.
the guy?
Oh,
Yeah.
ladder.
Oh, thank God, because there's a dragon. I heard it, and I don't want to fuck with it.
Oh.
I heard him up here, and I do not want to say hello. Just do the wallpaper glitch to get iridium swords.
The what?
I don't know what he's talking about. Or he's just saying shit, and I'm just letting him.
Mr. Key is the Jesus?
Jesus Christ.
He might be.
You know, he is a, like, seemingly immortal creature.
Yeah. I have to sneeze.
All
Down the
right.
ladder.
Let's go.
Bless you.
Thank you. Fine for my life. Oh.
One sec, we got a hole. I gotta mute real quick.
You're good. I'm jumping in the hole. Ooh, 4 levels of fresh hole. Oh god, bats. I don't know why I called it fresh hole. I'm kind of disgusted with myself.
Yeah, what?
That weird coding thing, wherever you get the wallpaper catalog for your house, one of the wallpapers, for some reason, it registers as iridium, but only if you take it to the 3 pillars in the desert that give you the best sword in the game. It's never been patched out. Interesting.
Has it still not been patched?
Guess not.
Oh god. I think that Concerned Ape just
He said you can just
every
have it.
single day of his goddamn life.
He said y'all can have it.
That he ever decided to use the ID system for the items.
Yeah.
That he did.
Also, Gore, it may have been patched out with the new update. I think this is the first time I've seen the ears do that. What did my ears do? Did they go down fully? God fucking damn it. I love us silently mining. Oh right, Iggy's muted. Forgot about that.
We got the ladder, baby.
Ladder, baby!
Sorry, I had to...
No, you're good.
I had to deafen shit. Yeah? You know what, Omni Geode? That's like invincible or something.
Ladder!
It'd be so funny if we just dug up a hole right after that.
I would be ready to bust
Oh, it's
a
9
nut.
p.m.
That's fine. Oh, ladder. You uncovered a ladder.
Oh! Well, Ooh, what's that? Oh, that's not...
Girly uncovered a ladder and then went off.
Oh! A ladder there, but I just want to get this off of her.
No, you're good. I'm trying to get the achievement for getting down to level 25, so...
Oh, well, oh, we're on 24.
Yeah.
Oh.
So that's why I'm like fucking bum rushing it.
Yeah, let's fucking go. Let's go. Huh? Ladder Doko? Ladder Doko?
Every time you say ladder, I immediately look to wherever your character is.
Oh?
I'm looking at this job and it requires me to have autism for at least 1 year. I could do that.
Wait, what? Hey, can you send me that job real quick?
Yes, then you get that job listing.
Hey, can you please send me that job listing real quick?
Found the ladder.
Let's go. LFG. Just go down and immediately leave. Yay, achievement! Ladder Coco! Or, I think it's Soko. Oh, okay, I see how it is. I see how it is.
Oh, Gore said they fixed that bug in patch 1.4.
Fine, you know what? You don't.
Well,
I'm gonna just use this for myself then.
Damn, you went to bed quick.
Yeah, but Ken.
Yeah, I saw her zoom.
Oh, she has a tint.
Wait, what do you mean you saw me zoom?
Oh, never mind. That was Peach I saw then.
That was me, yeah.
Oh.
I just saw someone
because I took a
zoom,
Really, my
and
VODs
that's
are
it.
surviving longer for some reason. So that's cool.
I took a warp totem right in front of Yugi.
Yeah?
Get abandoned.
It's fine, I'm used to it.
Damn. Yeah, I don't think I've sneezed since I've gotten this model. Not like while I'm live, at least.
The bookseller's in town? That's unfortunate because I'm going into the tavern.
Thank you, buddy. My man gave me $10,000.
Holy shit.
That's why I wanted to do it. Good morning,
this
everyone.
Fucking first level is.
It might be a bad luck day. If you're struggling with it, it might be a bad luck day. You can check on the TV whenever you wake up in the morning.
Oh.
And
Is it only bad luck day for like one of us at a time?
No, it's for everybody on that day.
Oh.
Oh, well, there she goes.
Yeah, well, you know.
Bad luck day indeed.
Well,
I lost a frozen tear, bat wings, and 2 iridium ore.
Ooh, that iridium hurts, actually.
Does it?
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, that was all my iridium ore. Cool.
Oh!
Cool. Great. Amazing.
Groovy.
Love it. Fantastic.
Yeah, so it goes, whenever you're upgrading, it goes copper, silver, gold, and then iridium.
Oh.
So iridium's like the best of anything that you can get.
How rare is it?
It is a little hard to come by.
Great. Fantastic.
I mean, it's not that bad.
It's not the worst, but it's definitely not the best either.
Also, hi, Fuzz. Thank God I can just eat this squash and just feel better.
Yeah, just this raw squash. Use the retrieval system? It's fine. It's fine.
What the fuck is the retrieval system?
I don't know how to describe the retrieval system.
Is it for retrieving lost stuff?
Yeah.
All you do is literally just go up to the Adventurers Guild and then
you like pay them to do it.
You pay him.
Oh,
yeah.
How don't we do that?
Oh my God, Bad Dragon, hi!
Oh my God, Bad Dragon?
Long time no see. Yeah, I've got an abandoned Bad Dragon toy that just comes and hangs out in chat from time to time.
Oh, cute.
He got lost, but he's home now. I'm good. How are you?
Yep, that's the same. Yes, Fuzz. That cat. Where was I gonna go? Oh, right, Adventurers Guild. Cause yeah, I feel like we should try and keep our iridium.
You repeated this 5 times. That is so much. Yay, peach jelly.
Oh, right, they open late.
Yes. They open, like, nighttime-ish.
They open at, like, 2?
Yeah.
Yep.
Haley doesn't leave her house. I hate her.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she hates you too, so it's mutual.
I mean, she's just like me, for real.
That bitch fucking called me dirty the other day, and I wanted to push her into the ocean.
Oh, is she the one that said ew and I asked her to dance?
Yes.
I like her.
Damn.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
God damn it, Ducky!
What happened?
I was just standing at the minecart menacingly while I look up the calendar for Stardew Valley.
Oh. A menace is what you are.
Yeah, well, we love the Menace.
The Duck Menace.
I love that Star Wars movie. Ow.
This bitch called my shoes plastic. Was she wrong?
Ah! Yeah, were they plastic?
Are you wearing Barbie shoes?
Are you a Barbie girl? Are you in a Barbie world?
Are you wearing your Polly
Is it
Pockets?
plastic? Is it fantastic? Yeah, the leprechaun jump scares are less frequent. Exposure therapy is working.
I'm glad.
A Croc user? You might be. Gore wants to buy us Crocs.
Yo, I fucking let him get Crocs, you monster.
Oh my god, we don't have any fucking...
Hey, what's up?
Hey. Got any fucking platinum? Silver?
Diamond and platinum.
Platinum? Oh, iron?
Yeah, that.
Do we not have any in the chest even?
We may.
We have
What was he
some.
about
We just
to
gotta
do?
cook it up, girl.
I didn't look, if you want me to be honest.
Did you? Yeah, Croc users are like stand users. They attract each other. Someone who uses Crocs will eventually find another Croc user.
Gore wants us to get Crocs so bad.
Get matching Crocs.
He wants me to make a pair of custom tragedy Crocs.
Yo, that'd be dope. I'd buy those.
We can match.
I forgot you have Crocs.
I actually don't.
Oh, I thought you did.
What the fuck? A train!
I
Oh, go get
wish
that train,
I did,
girl.
but
Hi, Izzy!
We have so many Croc stores by our house, it's not even funny.
Wait, where was it? Where was the train?
It's up
It was
at
up
the
here?
top by the mines. It's by Linus's house.
That's this. That's it here? No?
Ducky's model wears
Better not
Crocs.
fucking miss it.
it actually doesn't.
It should.
It should.
Surprisingly.
Yeah, it's by the homeless guy's house.
Yeah.
No! It's not because of Fortnite! It's because of the autism!
Oh, yeah, see, that'll do it to you. That autism strikes quick.
Autism. Not even once.
Not even once.
Train! Oh, it's Joja? Ew.
I mean, it doesn't matter. You still get the shit that it throws.
I guess.
Haley, stop talking to that man while
Oh,
he's
you were
trying to work.
chosen by Crocs? What?
I'm telling Haley to leave that man alone.
Yo, look at this train!
Where the fuck?
Yeah, was asked you were chosen by the Crocs.
Who was chosen by the Crocs?
Was asked in my chat. Who
Oh.
says they have 3 pairs of Crocs and don't remember buying them.
You were drunk. Mayhaps.
Alright, where's the stuff it drops?
It usually drops stuff on the sides of the train.
Guess what it didn't do?
That. Has anyone gotten any prismatic shards yet? No.
I've been ripped off. I go to see a train and not only is it Joja, but it doesn't even drop anything.
They got your ass.
They did!
Alright, well,
I will kill Mr. Joja. How do I do that?
you just go inside the shop and just take them out.
Fucking bait.
Tacos. Tacos are delicious. I had taquitos for dinner.
Ooh.
Sorry, I'm trying to get our money back so I can upgrade my fucking pickaxe. Thank you for donating corn to the bundle.
Service?
We got a preserves jar.
Oh, nice. I have a bunch of those in the cave if you want to go add it to that.
Oh. Well, shit.
What'd you do? Lulu! Hi, Lulu! How are you?
Lulu! Oh, I love Lulu. We love Lulu.
No, she's mine. My Lulu.
Aw.
I'm claiming. I'm setting.
Love that sheep.
I'm setting claim to the sheep.
Let me huff some sheep
Are you, like-
Let me huff sheep
Are you like pissing?
I'm
at her?
gonna piss
Like,
on the sheep. She's mine. Nobody else's. Thank you for the pets.
But I want to huff sheepium.
You can huff sheepium, but I keep the sheep.
Oh, Lulu, and thank you for the phone with the force. We enjoy your stay.
Yep.
What does that put us at? 6 more?
Pissing aloud. Yes!
Let's go!
I'm allowed to piss! This is the best day of my life, Lulu.
It is fucking amazing.
Nobody ever lets me piss anymore. Nobody ever fucking lets me
I
piss
would let
anymore.
you piss.
You would let me piss?
I would let you piss.
You love me.
I know how dogs are with trees.
I can't help it. I can't help it.
I know you can't. It's okay.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Let me open my Gatorade bottle. Hold on, 1 second.
I'd fuck with some Gatorade.
I don't think I ever hydrate with like a normal liquid.
I mean, that's boring. Why would you?
Well, for me, Gatorade is water. So
I did not get jump scared that time, actually.
Oh, yeah?
we will never beat the pissing allegations. That is true.
Listen!
I am trapped by the piss allegations for the rest of my days.
That's so... Every liquid is normal. It came from your fucking liquid consumption.
Alright. These goggles make me look stupid as hell.
Yeah, but like in a cool...
I mean, I disagree. I think I look a little goofy. Yeah.
Well, of course.
I feel very
Dad,
well.
why don't you not wear it?
It protects me from the leprechaun.
I'll protect yourself from the leprechaun.
God, hearing y'all do shit on the farm in the middle of the night is the most terrifying sound.
Is it?
Sometimes.
Where are my Geo?
I don't know. Where'd they go?
I don't know.
Ah, there's a leprechaun in my woods.
I thought I put them in my inventory. Oh, cool. Almost forgot something.
I love saying that and just
forget?
hearing Ducky's very quiet laughter. Nothing protects you from that thing. True.
There it is. I found it.
Kula called you a thing.
Damn, that's fucked up.
That's fucked up, Kula. You should be nicer.
Yeah, that's real fucked.
Yeah, be kind to the duck.
She's not a thing, she's a duck, which I think is becoming Bunny's favorite animal.
Based?
Because
really?
every time she sees, she watches The Wiggles and she watches Simple Songs, and every time there's a song about a duck, she like locks in.
Just
duck
locks
spotted.
in.
Duck spotted.
She's like a fucking duck retriever dog.
Like, does her fucking mouth like just hang open and just she dribbles
God.
a little
She
bit?
growls a little
duck
bit.
mesmerization.
She tries to lunge at the TV.
Whack. Fucking reverse Sadako.
She hears a duck and
Or I guess just Persona 4.
she hears a duck and I just hear her go "Rrrr" from her fucking little
Oh my
play pen.
God.
And I'm like, damn.
Yo, we got the Iridium back.
Nice. Oh, it's moonlight jellies, my favorite time of the summer.
What the fuck is that?
Moonlight jellies? It's jellyfish.
Yeah.
It's jellyfish. It's jellyfish
It's
water.
when we all get onto the beach and
we look at
goon
jellyfish.
at each other.
Yeah, that too. But
Huh? We what?
yeah, you know, it's the gooning night.
The goon? Oh, fuck yeah. I gotta bring my crystal.
Yes, please bring your crystal. You have duck cooking recipes? Bunny might take you up on that offer.
The gooning night, Bulby. Wait, Bulby.
Chop
oh my
this
God.
tree.
Who chopped what
What tree?
The tree down south of my house.
Not me.
And you just left a stump.
Not me.
Yiggy!
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I can't believe
happened.
Yigi literally just like committed genocide to her own people there.
On my land
crazy.
Of trees.
I wonder how that happened. Wow,
Yeah.
that's so weird. Hey, where should I put the iridium?
Put it.
Wait, how much of it do I need?
You'd need
Oh,
5.
you just smelt it into bars.
Yeah, you have to smelt it into bars. Which, by the way, I
And
have
then
some
need
iridium
5.
bars cooking in the caves already, so...
Wait, you need 5 per bar?
No, yes.
Okay.
I am cooking up some iridium bars in there already. So just be on guard for that. Why do I just have so much fucking normal ass corn? Get out of there. The fuck?
I'm gonna need y'all to go through my trash because my chests are full and I don't know what to sell.
Uh-oh. Goon Squad? Does the hunting dog come from
Hey,
you or Gore? It comes from
I got
me.
a glowstone ring.
I think you already have one of those.
No, I have a glow ring.
Oh.
Ooh, what's that? Gemini. That poop? Oh shit, iridium!
Oh, nice. Alright, enjoy your food.
Marble.
See you soon.
Coal. Blue rock, waterstone. Okay, I need that.
Alright.
Lunarite. Go to repair. And an Olamite. Olamite from My Hero Academic?
My Hero Academy.
My protagonist knowledge? What am I saying?
What did you put in the cave, Ducky? What is this? I don't know what this is. On my mod, it looks weird.
It's a dehydrator.
Oh, okay, okay.
Oh. Just like me,
For the mushrooms?
Anyways, we have 4 iridium ores now.
Okay, bet. Because I have some mushrooms.
And also for
Except you're
fruit.
welcome.
Right.
If you get together 5 fruit of the same type and quality, then you can put it in the dehydrator.
Does it have to be 5 for mushrooms too?
Yep.
Okay, bet. Well, I just
and
got,
the same exact quality.
I just got 5 chanterelles, so.
I'm actually gonna equip
Oop.
the glow stone and the small glow ring instead of the glow stone and the magnet.
Okay.
You can't stop.
You gotta keep a little dirt under your pillow for the dirt man. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm glad you know the
Love
vibes.
dirt here.
Wait, yeah, you don't have to water.
Today's the last day.
Well,
She didn't know that. It's okay.
you know,
You can water that one. Here, you know what?
Why is my dog
There you
losing
go.
his
Oh, that's
that
a
one
good
gets
idea.
water.
that's a good idea.
Because that one lasts until like the end of fall.
Oh.
Hi, Harvey.
I don't
Wait,
know
so
why
are
I
we
opened
waiting
your
for her?
chest. I just.
Wait, do we need to keep Lunarite for anything, or?
Unless it says that you can donate it to Gunther, you can just toss those.
Well, so Merlin is not a fan of the new cat.
Oh.
For whatever reason, he thinks she needs to be dead and in the dirt, so they've been being separated, but it's gotten to the point where anytime she even like is out and about in the house and is playing, he like loses his mind. I don't know if like he's always been kind of a fun police kind of dog. But it's gotten like pretty
a
extreme.
fun police.
Yeah, so like if the
Gotta
kids
go down to the pelican.
if the kids play too rough, it really upsets him and he gets upset about it. If the cat and the dog and the other dog we have are playing too rough, it upsets him. And my cat hasn't gotten used to the kitten yet, and so every time the kitten tries to play with her, she gets hissed at. And every time he hears my cat hiss, he panics, thinking that there's something wrong with her. And because she's kind of like his mom.
Damn.
And so he freaks out about it. And we thought the kitten would be fine because he's grown up with a cat his whole life. Turns out, cat selective.
Oh?
My man said, yeah, I like this cat. The fuck
You're
is
one
this
of the good ones.
Yeah, pretty much. Cat racist.
Oh, God.
So
I guess I'm just gonna fish in the river.
we're trying to figure it out.
Also, Kula, what did you say wait for? It's like I'm waiting.
Yeah. Bated breath.
I'm great at doing that. I'm even a master at it. You could call me a master of bated breath.
Why do we end up in the masturbation jokes every single time?
I don't know.
It's low-hanging fruit.
Like my balls.
Please get that looked at. I'm worried about testicular cancer.
We take it very seriously here.
We do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I got a rainbow trout.
Peach, did you get your balls checked?
Every month.
Good.
Also,
What?
those of you who have penises, take a pregnancy test from now and again. It can detect
Yeah.
cancer.
Yeah,
That is a thing.
just for shits and gigs, you know.
Ooh.
No, I got a sunfish.
You got a sunfish?
Oh, yeah. There's something about penis haver urine. If you have what kind of is it prostate?
It's prostate
cancer?
cancer, yeah.
Prostate cancer. That elicits the same reaction.
On a pregnancy
That-
test.
Yeah. Elicits the same reaction on a pregnancy test as a pregnant woman would.
The chemical is just very
It's cheaper
similar
than
to
a finger up your butt.
It is.
And more comfortable.
Yeah, all you have to do is pee
Like,
on it a
again,
little bit.
unless you're into that.
Hey, Abigail, can
Which,
you
hey,
leave your dad
more power
alone?
to you.
Gore, is he barking at the cat? He's going ape shit.
Dog shit, actually.
That's true. Alright, that's...
Okay, I think I know how to get the cat and the dog to get along.
How?
I have an idea.
Yeah.
You need to set up an event. Something that they have to, like, bond together for, really come together and put aside their differences to save you two.
Rescue
Like, don't
me.
actually, like, put yourself into danger, but, like, fake it. Fake a scenario.
I'm gonna be so honest with you.
And they're-
This cat is not my cat. She is not bonded to me.
All right, then fucking
This cat
have
would
it
let
for
me
your,
die.
For your mother-in-law.
My dog would let my mother-in-law die.
Oh, fuck. I didn't think about this, so I'm out of ideas.
I have to get divorced and then have them stage a parent trap. Oh my god.
But they're not twins.
They could be.
I don't think that's how that works. I don't think that's how that works.
Have you ever played Pets?
With a Z?
Yeah.
No.
That's exactly how it
But
works.
I know it.
Oh, my head itches. Why?
Then scratch it.
I am, but it's like underneath my headphones.
Ooh. What time does the festival start?
10.
Ugh.
Just fish. We need the money.
Oh my god, I almost hit the other side of the fucking...
The river?
Yeah?
Whee! Burp, burp.
Beep, beep.
Boop, boop.
Meep, meep.
This is where Bunny comes in. She's on special effects duty. See, my dog hates my child as well, so...
Oh?
Yeah, he's not a fan.
Maybe your dog just hates small living beings.
He's kind of grown into an asshole as he's gotten older. He is... His
Grumpy old man.
His parents are siblings, and I think it's affecting his mental state as he's, like, aging. because a couple of years ago he started having issues where he would growl at me. Like, he never growls at me, but he would growl at me when he would wake up. Because, like, I think he would just forget who I was and where he was for a second, and then afterwards would be, like, really apologetic about it. And he's gained a little bit of weight over the winter just because, like, we've had the baby and we've been too busy to take him out on walks until was home and we were more comfortable at the house. And so he's gotten a little heavier, and I can tell that it's been causing him some joint pain.
Oh.
And I don't know, I just think his breeding is starting to catch up to him, which is such a shame because he's only 6. He's not that old. But I think his breeding is starting to catch up to him, and it's making him, like, extremely, like, he's just not acting the same as he used to. Like, he seems way more anxious about everything all the time. And he just, like, everything seems to really stress him out. He is not good when people come over anymore. Like, we have to keep him in a kennel with a blanket over it when people come over because he freaks out. Like, he acts like he's gonna be aggressive. And he's not an aggressive dog, but he's acted that way with kids lately. And just, like, people who come over, so he has to be in his kennel with it covered, and I don't know really what's going on with him. He's got a vet appointment next month.
Okay, good.
And I'm planning
Are there, like, vet psychologists? There are.
Yeah. But I'm planning on talking to the vet about it, and maybe seeing if we can get him on some anxiety medication, and maybe if that'll help, and he's just struggling lately, and I don't think he'll make it to 10, if you want to be honest. I think he's...
Well, I mean, if he was a product of, parental breeding.
Yeah, I think for sure he's probably going to have to be my first behavioral euthanasia, which I'm really sad about. Because before this point, I've always been able to, put down my dogs just because, like, they're too old or too sick. Right. But I think he's going to have to be put down for behaviorisms because with a baby, we just can't have a dog that bites. And also, I have a feeling that he's going to probably bite somebody here within the next few years, and I'm hoping it's me,
And even, like, it gets more uncomfortable for him.
Yeah.
As he gets older. Like...
Yeah, as he gets older, it will start
It's still, in the
problems.
end, like, a health.
Yeah. It definitely will cause more problems as he gets older. I totally forgot about the fact that, like, people, like, cross over to the other side over here. But, yeah, so I think...
Oh, is there a festival on the last day of every season?
Usually, yeah.
No.
Well, yeah, except for winter.
No.
Maybe?
Spring, no. Fall on the 27th.
Okay.
And in the winter, it's the 25th.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Oh my god.
It is not too close. Alright, okay, so Jess, last cat girl in chat, is worried because she saw somebody get banned for having lesbian in them.
What?
Now, I'm suggesting she change her name to Jess Catgirl.
Uh-huh.
But she's saying it's too close to Jizz.
No.
Thank you.
I don't think so.
Did I ever tell you that when I was 12 years old, I got Pokemon Black? No, I got Pokemon White. And I named my character Jizzly.
Yes, you did tell me about that.
I did not know what the word jizz meant. I just thought, oh, these are 2 syllables that sound like a fun name.
Oh no!
Ducky, why does it look like you and Haley are dating?
I don't know. I don't want it to. Get her away from me.
Time to put puppy stuff on the throne. There is a bed on the throne for him, if anybody would like to get him a new bed. He doesn't have one right now. He just kind of sleeps on the couch at night. So...
Yeah, I always tell you guys
Leprechaun
wild childhood stories.
I mean, I recently went through the cartridges for Pokemon I could find. And it was just so funny just seeing, going back, in hardcore, I apparently last named myself Penis.
I love that for you.
I was so clever.
Does he have dementia?
I think one of them I
Probably.
did. I did the fuck I name.
I love that.
So it goes fuck I sent out fuck.
Yeah.
Like,
I
that's a
love
good
those.
So clever.
But no, Kula, I do think he does have some form of early onset dementia. But it seems to hit when he's waking up, so I kinda, when he's in a deep sleep, I just make sure nobody touches him or messes with him. But he's definitely had some weird health issues lately. And I got a couple extra years with him, because his last major health issue didn't take him out because chat paid for it, actually.
Oh, hell yeah.
So
Yeah, we don't know how long. Just speaking of pets with health stuff.
yeah,
Yeah, originally he wasn't supposed to see his second Christmas, but
yeah, and then there you go. You know, like you never know with some animals how they're gonna end up being. I like how not a single one of y'all has said anything about my hat.
Oh, hi,
I
Cassie.
like it.
I didn't realize.
I said it in my mind.
That's fair.
I didn't notice it.
I'm baby.
You are, baby.
I was about to say it's time for baby to go to sleep.
Well, so he used to sleep on my bed at night, but when he started having that growling issue, I got him a bed on the floor by the base of my bed. But then since then we've moved and our bedroom isn't big enough for him to sleep in there with us anymore because we have our bed and the crib and then all of our other stuff that we need. And so there's barely even any walking space in our bed, in our bedroom. So
That'll do it.
because of that, there's just not really any space for him in our room. And he did sleep in my mother-in-law's room for a while. But they have the kitten now, and so the kitten either will sleep in their bedroom or will sleep in the bedroom with the little boy that we live with. And we just try and keep him out of the back areas in general, so if the kitten gets out, we don't have to worry about him jumping her. Because we don't really know how he would do, so we just try and avoid it. Oh, fall is my favorite season in this game.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Aww. I'm sorry, Jack. It sucks.
It makes me so happy. I love fall in this game.
It sucks. But again, I think the best thing to remember with that is, again, you are only a small part of... They were only a small part of your life.
You were everything to
but
them,
you were
though.
there. Yeah.
I think about that constantly. Okay. Trying to think.
I actually fucking not just have all my seeds scattered everywhere.
I'm proud of you.
Hey, should I bother using mixed seeds?
No. It just grows whatever is forgeable that season.
So why not use it?
I mean, you could, but I mean, I think it's kind of just a waste of plot space when you can find that stuff anyways.
Oh. So to sell them, or?
Yeah. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I played through a whole season in one day. I usually do that on stream.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I try
Well,
and do.
even if you get a cat from a bad owner, so you're not their entire life, you still made it the best part of their life.
True.
Like,
I told Gore
well-
though. I was like, I think Merlin's gonna be my last dog for a little bit because
dogs are a lot of work.
dogs are a lot of work, and I want to have another baby in the next handful of years.
Yeah.
And the idea of having another baby,
You just
with-
it's just unreasonable.
yeah, it's absolutely unreasonable. So I more likely than not will probably end up getting a cat from the same breeder my mother-in-law got her kitten
Oh, yeah.
from. After he passes and we can afford it. But I just...
Common mushroom.
Because I do have a dream dog that I've always wanted, and I will get that dog before I die.
What kind of dog?
Irish Wolfhound. My aunt had an Irish Wolfhound poodle mix, and I adored him.
We've
So
only had Portuguese water dogs.
those are great dogs, though.
Yeah. But I just want to say, we got ours before the Obamas did. So. You know, we didn't just copy them.
Yeah, we had ours first. Obama's.
Yeah. They actually copied us.
All is so pretty.
Okay, Obama.
It's so true.
Okay, Barack, if that is your real name.
Hold on, wait.
Actually, I probably shouldn't make that joke because that's like an actual.
Yeah, that's like an actual thing.
Yeah.
I'm getting 2 kittens with my friend, and they're gonna be called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Stardust Crusaders, and Manny Petty, also known as JoJo and Manny. I love that. Manny's a cute name.
What is it? It's like the Meg. What's it short for? Robots in the sky.
Might need to expand a little
Hey,
bit.
where did our money go?
I'm buying seeds.
Oh, okay.
New season.
New seed.
Oh, when you buy the dehydrator recipe, it doesn't automatically give it to all of us? Bullshit.
Oh.
Yeah, you're now relying on me.
Hate that. My first dog was a Shih Tzu
fucked.
Stray, and she was named Street Bagel. I love that!
That is such a good
Street
name.
bagel?
That is an amazing name.
My first dog was also a
love
Shih
that.
Tzu Stray, so...
Our first dog was Pichu, and our second is Puzzle.
His name's Manny Petty because he has thumbs. Aww!
Oh.
We love cats with thumbs in this house. We don't have a cat with thumbs. However, the breeder that my mother-in-law got her cat from, she breeds cats with thumbs. And I was like, they're very cute. Tell me why my mother-in-law, first of all, has not told us how much she spent on this kitten. I think I know, but she won't confirm or deny to any of us, including her own husband.
No, that's powerful of her.
Yeah.
That is so powerful of
Also,
her.
she told none of us that she was buying this fucking cat until a
I
week
fucking
before
love
the
that.
cat came home and was like, oh, by the way, there's a cat that's gonna be coming home.
Should we be getting rid of all this, like, grass?
So this season is the season you're gonna want to start cutting it down, just to make sure it's full, make sure the silo's full. So you want to do it with the scythe.
Okay.
But yeah, so she didn't tell any of us that we were getting this fucking cat until a week before the cat came home, and we were like, oh, well, you're gonna have to get cat supplies. And she's like, oh, I've been buying cat supplies, and took us to her closet where she had all of the cat stuff and had been collecting it for like weeks, months.
And it has been hiding it.
Yeah. Yeah. Woman's crazy.
I love that for her. I fucking love that for her.
She is so funny. However, she did this. And then got this cat and then won't tell anybody how much she spent. I think I know. I will know when I reach out to the breeder to get one of our own one day. I think probably around 4,000.
Oh my lord.
Anywhere between 2,000 to 4,000, I think.
I mean,
Sounds
our
about
first
right.
cat we got for free.
Well, she's
Second one was like 140 or something.
She is a she's a European Maine Coon, which means her parents were imported from Europe to be bred here in America.
Right.
So
She's a fancy one.
She is a fancy
Why are you
one.
a baby?
I'm baby.
Oh, just baby.
Baby.
Baby. So basically, I'm baby.
Yeah, basically, I'm baby.
And welcome to Jackass. Are you Senora Pink?
I could be, honestly. His story's so fucking sad though, so maybe I don't want to be that.
It is. Fucking at first I'm like, ew, who is this guy? He's disgusting. And then it's like, oh my god.
Yeah, Gore's mom is a powerhouse, bro. Like, that woman built different. Love her. She's a fantastic person, though. Genuinely. All my cat pets are strays and have street in their name. We have Street Lamp the Bulldog. That is so cute. I love that. I told Gore I want to get a cat and name him Magic. Because my aunt had a cat that I was in love with, and his name was Salem.
Wait,
and I adore
You know
him.
a cat named Salem?
I do. Different cat, though.
Could it be, though?
This cat's mean as hell. So different cat.
Salem's not.
But I was talking to her the other day because we both follow this breeder on Facebook now because we both like the cats that she makes. And she was telling me, she was like, yeah, they told us that if you have a Maine Coon, it's better to get a second Maine Coon instead of just getting like a cat from a shelter because they get so big that when they're adults, it's hard for them to play with other cats without, accidentally hurting the other cats. They
sounds like someone trying to sell 2 Maine Coons.
True, but it is partially true that the Maine Coon kittens do grow way faster than normal sized kittens, and they still play rough. So they could accidentally hurt another kitten while they're little, before they know like how to properly manage their strength. And so she was like, so I'm thinking of getting another one, but probably not. And then she looked at me and went, unless a black one comes up for sale, and then I will be asking around for some money. And I was like, ma'am!
She just looked right at you and said that?
Yes!
That is so powerful.
Okay, I have to go to the bathroom.
This woman, this woman is a powerhouse.
Absolutely is. Okay, chat. I'm gonna let y'all listen to some music, and I'm also gonna let y'all listen to Ducky and YGGY, so y'all don't have to miss anything. I have to go.
Oh hell yeah!
I have to go take a shit though, so I'll be back.
Oh, we're gonna take.
Shenanigans. Make sure they don't do nothing to me.
Wait, Peach.
Yeah.
We're about to. If we're gonna sleep, you're gonna have to.
I'm already in bed.
No, but the click to the menu.
Oh, okay. Then I'll wait. Ducky, go to bed.
What?
I have to shit, Ducky. Please.
She has to.
I've got to plant 3 more things.
Ducky.
Well, hurry it up.
Okay, I'm going.
I'm gonna shit myself in my office. I have to walk all the way across the house to go take a shit.
All right.
It's fucked up. It's so fucked up. Why is my office in the garage?
Why is your garage in the office?
Better question, truly. I'm taking my phone with me, so y'all are gonna watch me like blink out of existence for a second, but I'll be back. I'll be back. Y'all behave. Bye.
Yeah, I don't think you can care them. I think she's gone.
All right.
Penis.
Penis.
Sorry, I just had to get that on my system.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Sometimes your system just gets full of penis, you know? We have another ancient fruit, by the way, now. I thought it took longer. But I feel like we just got that ancient fruit, and now we already have another?
Heck if I know.
Like, I'm not gonna complain. Okay, where should I go?
Where should you go?
Where should I go? What should I do today?
I don't know. Go fast, eat ass.
Yo, bad. Oh, the bus driver isn't present.
She'll be there.
I want to go now.
Too bad.
Wait, what is? Diamond? How did we get a diamond?
I don't know.
From the dehydrator?
Oh no, that's from the whatchamacallit, the crystallarium. So it duplicates the diamond.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, we support Pam and getting a hangover, you know? We support a hangover queen. Yeah, we still have 5 hours on the timer. Oh, I got a book from the church. I read it. Yeah, listen, there's still there. You can still add to the timer. You can still add to the Donathon timer. Fucking keep me tracked. Ah. Yes, it does include Ko-fi donations. It just won't show up on stream. Oh, did he just shit himself? Did Lewis just shit himself?
What? What are you talking about?
Fucking whoever the orange-haired girl is like, all you did was hold the nails, and he jumped, and there was a squelching sound.
I think he shat himself.
I think he shat himself.
Oof, that's not a good look for him.
With shit farm, bro had a little Freudian slip there.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Just a little bit.
Bro absolutely just shit himself. Cat, Jess, you clipped that, right? Because, oh my lord. Like, that was a full-on shit. Bro. Special order board. I don't give a shit about your shitty shit pants. I want to go to the caves. I go to the mine. I need more bride. I'm gonna go into the mines. I'm gonna come out with enough iridium for all of us to get. Yeah.
You go ahead and do that.
What floor does it start appearing on?
Any floor, honestly.
Cool. Bro, there's so much ghostage here. Ladder! That was the dragon sound. Good thing I already found the ladder, baby! Does it just, like, get higher appearance rate like, the deeper you go, or...?
I don't know.
No, I get you, Jess. You're good. You're all good, Jess. Don't you worry. Eventually, TM. Have we opened up the quarry? I don't know, have we?
That doesn't come until later.
Oh, fuck a dragon. I don't want to rock the dragon! Oh. Fuck.
You gotta rock the dragon. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Sorry to say it.
Me? Oh, fucking fuckity fuck.
Well, that was a short trip.
Listen! There was a dragon horde!
Uh-huh.
I lost my sword!
And all of that money.
Man! Aw, jeez, Rick.
Ah, jeez, Rick.
What is the best sword you can get?
The Galaxy Sword? But I
Cool,
think
how do we get
there's
that?
another one in post game. You gotta get a prismatic shard, which is like a rare drop from monsters, and you can find them in the mines.
Okay, what's the most reasonable best sword we can get?
Whatever the most expensive one is at the dude's shop.
Nita, you are mocking me! Bro really just said, need a new sword.
Try his recovery service, see if you can buy your sword back.
I just did it. The lava katana for 25,000? Alright, that's reasonable. I think we can do that.
We don't have that kind of money.
No, fine. We'll make that kind of money. I'll fucking sell my body or something. I don't know. I'll whore myself out. I don't give a shit. Any buyers in chat?
No, chat, please don't take her up on that, please.
No,
please.
not in a fight. I mean, unless you want to, like, buy my services to fight? Which, you know, a little weird, but, like, you know, money's money. I'll take it.
$20 is $20, you know?
Listen. $20 is $20.
Mm-hmm.
And $200 is even more.
Exactly.
We need a tiger trout.
Oh yeah, I was gonna get that today. Yeah, the sandfish you can get in the desert.
By fishing, or?
Yeah.
Cool.
Because there's that tiny little pond. The baby pond.
Oh.
I hope Peach is having a good shit.
I was just about to say that! I was literally, on God, just about to say the same thing!
Wow. You know...
We just both care about Peach's, bowel movements.
Yeah. I should have moved all of her stuff, like, to the left.
I mean, there's still time! If we work together.
Yeah, but I took it all out of there, and it's just... Yeah. It's alright, the trouts are there.
The trouts!
Yeah, don't worry about it.
How will this affect the trout population? That's a great question. Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Balls?
Balls? Oh, I love balls.
Put my shit back in my house. Every last bit of it. I want it back in my house. Put it back.
We didn't take anything!
Uh-huh. Why is my house empty?
I didn't!
I want it all back.
It was empty by the time I did not get there because I did not look.
Put it back, Ducky. Don't run from me.
I just see you going off into the distance.
Fine, I'm taking all your shit.
Damn it.
What?
Nothing.
Put my shit back. When I wake up in the morning, it had better been back in my fucking house.
When you say house...
My house.
When you say your house...
I'm sleeping in Ducky's house until she puts all my shit back.
Hey, yo, slumber party at Ducky's, let's go.
Till she puts all my shit back.
You say that like it's a punishment.
It's gonna be. Oh, hi.
Slumber party! Ooh, rancher or tiller?
Man, I love the one day I'm not around, nothing gets
Tiller.
done.
Tiller, cool. Oh, fighter or scout? I'd say fighter. All attacks deal 10% more damage.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, 690. Nice.
I grabbed some brownies on my way back. I can't believe you would be this mean to me. On my period, Ducky.
Yeah.
Why would you do this to me while I'm
Fucked
already
up.
suffering?
That's fucked up.
That's so fucked up
I'm
of
so
you.
proud.
Yeah.
Oh, it's my favorite fall song. I'm alive again. Are they special brownies? God, I wish they fucking were. It would fucking help me out so much right now. Considering somebody took all my shit.
I did not do it.
I wonder who
Just
the
so
fuck
you
did
know.
that. That's like really like unprofessional.
It really is. It's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, kind of fucked up a little, huh?
Anyways, today is the day I get all of the Aridite ore. I know I said that yesterday, but
I need to grow amaranth.
today.
I didn't mean to eat that corn, but that's fine.
It's corn.
Sure is.
It's got the juice.
I don't know about all that.
That's juice.
It's corn. What's on this special request board? $25 gold star vegetables. Oh, we can do that. In fact, I think we already have it.
We have to harvest them. It doesn't accept ones we've already...
What?
Yeah.
That's bullshit, Pierre.
He wants the
what the
fresh
fuck?
stuff.
Only the fresh.
Fucking deal with it, Pierre. Eat my fresh ass.
He will.
Mm-hmm.
Good. I want him to.
Him and his wife
Yeah,
aren't
don't
doing
tempt
great.
him. Yeah.
So she's single?
Not quite. There's some lore stuff going on. Try not to worry about it too much.
That's what we're talking about.
Huh?
He has a wife for now.
Yeah.
I can fix that though.
I can't believe I'm baby and Ducky would take all my shit from my house.
You know how it is.
Can't believe Ducky's stealing furniture from a baby.
Yeah.
Do you feel good about yourself?
I mean,
Yes.
it's easy.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Just because it's easy doesn't mean it's right. Oh, yeah. You sure are, aren't
Either
you?
or.
I always forget he's fucking closed on Wednesdays. I'm gonna kill him.
That would also solve my problem.
Mm-hmm.
Solving both people's problems. Whoa, why all caps? Why are
We're
you
just
yelling at
solving
me?
problems here.
The fuck is stock exchange?
What?
Kula's talking about
Kula...
stocks.
Yeah, Kula won't shut up about stocks on my server.
What are you talking about, Kula? I thought you were, like,
Stocks!
a nurse or something.
Yeah. Kula was.
Was a nurse.
Can you, like,
Yeah.
teach me how to stalk?
Stonk
Well,
market.
first you get the item out of the box, and then you put it on the shelf.
Oh, thanks.
Gotta be you can't be, you gotta be a little careful about that, though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh?
Bad things could happen. Uh-oh. Gore's hearing him out. We're busted.
Uh-oh. God damn it.
Bustin'.
Oh. I think I lost connection again.
Uh-oh. Oh. Wait, no, it doesn't say you've left.
Wait. What's this?
Yeah, but I'm not picking up. Oh, okay. Well.
Is it good?
Okay. I'm back. Sorry, it just, like, wasn't picking up items, and I was just sitting there like,
oh, mine does that from time to time. Well,
and this purple slime just die?
No. Uh-oh, Gore's talking to Kula about investing again.
God damn it.
I want to hear him out.
You shouldn't.
I need a way to make money.
You know what? That's fair. Are you guys both in the Skull Caverns?
Oh wait, there's a ladder right here.
I'm not.
I'm not either. Yiggy just talking to herself again?
Yeah.
Damn.
I'm talking to...
Yiggy's out here like, ladder! Ladder!
Chronic.
Oh, yeah, I'm excited!
That's some chronic,
I'm excited!
That's some chronic VTuber shit right there.
I'm excited! I'm literally streaming!
The way we just talk to ourselves at all times.
What are you talking about, Yiggy? You're not streaming.
No, a hole. Oh my god. Found on 3 levels. L plus ratio. So I fell down.
Oh, Ducky found a lost book.
It's not lost anymore.
Not anymore. It's safe in Ducky's little fucking feathered hands.
I think they're...
Are they not feathered?
Yeah, they have wings.
Ducks have wings, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure about it.
I'm glad we're on the same page. Just, making sure.
See, now they're talking about Bitcoin. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't even want to be in my own chat.
Man, I wish I had gotten like, but now it's too expensive to get in, you know. And also, it's falling.
I don't want to be in my own chat anymore. They're being nerds. Someone save me.
No.
Y'all remember Dogecoin?
God,
oh, I had some Dogecoin at one point.
It's okay. I had AMC, so
because I had a Robinhood and I had like $2 still, and I'm like, fuck it, I can't get a stock with that. I'll just get some Dogecoin.
Oh yeah.
And I did make a little money off of it.
I have
like,
one stock, and it's
$1,
and it's just sitting in Robinhood. I haven't touched it.
I'm so annoyed. So remember when that GameStop shit happened?
Yeah.
Stocks?
And now GameStop exists still.
Yeah. Well, so here's the thing. I had GameStop stock, but I had to sell it because I needed the money. But that was before the thing happened.
Oh,
I was so
damn.
fucking mad.
I had AMC stock, but only like $15 of AMC stock, which turned into $50 of AMC stock. So,
okay.
Not too mad about it.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I bought one stock for $15 and it turned into 50.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good return on investment.
And after taxes, hey, you get 14.
Exactly.
Damn.
Ducky gets the point.
That is the thing I don't want to do with taxes stocks is taxes. I'll just not do taxes.
I love serving my country via taxes. It's more than what the rich elite can do.
Right? They're too busy being leeches on society.
They could never. They gotta get to my level, and they never could.
Yeah.
This is true.
Come on, ladder. Where are you? Ooh, when I get you. Ooh, ladder. Ooh, when I get you.
I love just hearing Gigi out there silently cursing the ladder, because I've been there.
Yeah.
Ooh, when I get you.
Ooh, gonna get you.
Me when I get you, ladder.
Kula, I don't want to hear your way of getting billionaires to pay taxes, because I feel like it...
I feel like it's like also a crime.
Yeah.
Listen, worth it.
Just evening out the playing field.
Yeah.
Ducky, I didn't tell you this. After I finished streaming Pokemon Mystery Dungeon the other day, Gore came into my office, and he was like, watching you play Pokemon Mystery Dungeon today made me wonder if I actually enjoyed playing that game when I was playing it, or if I just have a childhood Stockholm Syndrome.
Oh. I enjoyed playing it when I was a kid. I replayed
Yeah, exactly.
it.
We all enjoyed. We both enjoyed playing it.
We all had Stockholm Syndrome. Yeah, I get it.
Because he was like watching you play, and hearing the way you sounded like you wanted to kill yourself live on stream. I was like, I did, a little bit. I need y'all to know, opening that fucking menu page and seeing that I had 1 achievement done out of like 13, I was like, I'm gonna kill myself.
Wait, on what? Wait, where?
I'm playing the remake that they did for the Switch.
They have achievements on there?
Well, it's not achievements, it's like how they keep track of like how many legendaries you've met in the story.
Okay.
I've met 1.
Holy shit, I'm just finding all the holes. I'm on level 31.
I'm scared of you. Also, it's 9 p.m.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find my Mystery Dungeon cartridge.
I know
my pencil case of cartridges.
Yeah, I love hearing you rattle around in there.
Rummaging.
That's what I imagine it sounds like when you're going through all of our chests in this game.
Yes.
I mean,
if you listen close enough on the farm, you can hear
Ducky
digging through
Pokemon
chests.
Pinball!
Oh my god.
Yo, which one? Red and Ruby Sapphire?
Yup.
Please.
F-Zero GP Legend. Cars!
Oh, fuck yeah, I love
GBA.
Cars.
Oh, it's not Cars 3 Driven to Win, which was $5.99 on the Switch store?
What the fuck?
No, unfortunately.
Why do we just know that off the top of our little, noggins?
It was a meme in the Friends server at one point.
Oh.
Just constantly bring it up.
Yeah. You know.
Gamer ASMR.
Stort Little 2 for the GBA. Fuck
oh my
yeah.
God.
That's how we know we've won, when we have Stort Little 2 for the GBA.
And there's also,
Probably.
one of my first memories of picking out a game for myself.
Wait, you quit?
No, her game crashed.
My game crashed again. God damn it. It was Polly Pocket Super Splash Island for the GBA. I remember picking that out in the Best Buy.
Super Splash?
The cardboard box.
What were you doing?
I should go through my. I have my GBA games with me. You should go through them and just like. Hello, Ducky.
Those like platformers that like they just like made a fuck ton of them for the GBA.
Where did the bears
Yeah, the movie
go?
tie-ins. They were so difficult for no fucking reason. They just like wanted to make sure that you didn't think you got ripped off because there, you know, you got stuck at level 2 when there's literally like 3 levels.
All right, here we go.
I didn't have a GBA.
Here we go. I have my GBA games here. Let's see what we got.
Hey, yo, Dora the Explorer.
Mega Man Battle Network 4, of course. Red Sun. Oh my god, did you ever have the Game Boy Advance video things?
No.
Because I have the Pokemon with Ice.
Oh, there it is.
And here goes. Yo,
Red Rescue
Earthworm
Team.
Jim. I hate that game. I have one for Sonic X. Got SpongeBob Lights Camera Pants.
I
got the Revenge of the Flying Dutchman. Oh, yeah, Battle Network White. Yo, there's another Pokemon one. A hot water battle and for the Ho-Oh, the bells toll. Mega Man 03.
I'm sorry, you're doing what with Ho-Oh?
You know.
Fucking that bird.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no, oh?
Oh no?
Sometimes you just gotta fuck that bird.
We got Battle for Bikini
Bird
Bottom.
up.
Bum, bum, bum. Oh, hey, here's my GBA wireless adapter.
I also found that digging in there. I
Yo,
never
Sonic
ever
Advance
used it.
2! One of the few Sonic games I had. Yo, the Madagascar Operation Penguin! I can play these on stream. I have the GameCube GBA adapter.
Why would you...
What?
What? Yugi, there's other methods of playing those games
Yeah?
that don't
You really
involve...
think I want to go risk getting a virus to play Madagascar Operation Penguin for the GBA?
Ducky, do you really think I'm gonna fuck up my computer for
Like-
Madagascar, fingers in his ass?
Yo,
to
Yu-Gi-Oh! 7 Trials
The
to Glory.
sequel, the squeakquel.
Yo, Shrek wreaking havoc. I got the Chicken Little game. I know you have
God, the 2000s
ones that
was
I have
something
here.
else.
I need to play some of these on stream. Just like go through and like fuck around and then find out.
Of course, of course.
Colonel, can you think? Chicken Little is such a bad movie.
Sorry,
But, like-
hearing you say that and then immediately running off into your house like you're trying to escape the criticism was really
It's a
funny.
bad movie! Gotta get out of here! It's a hot take! It's too hot of a take!
They can't know I feel that way.
Good morning. Suck a dick, Lewis.
Have you gone down into his basement to get his underwear yet?
No,
Wait,
and I
what?
don't want to.
Damn.
Wait, how do you do that? I want to get his underwear.
Well, there's many ways to get his underwear in this game.
There's shit in underwear?
Kind of. If you go down into his basement, you can get them. But
Okay, where's his house?
I warn you to be careful doing it that way because that man is a little different.
Huh?
Also,
Yeah.
you need.
You know what? Let's go there right now.
You have to.
Alright,
have,
hang on one sec. Let me just check if I can donate anything.
you,
Alright.
You need steps though.
Yeah, I do. I'm gonna go grab them.
Okay.
Gotta run over to the farm.
You know
Nice.
what? I'll come with
Over
y'all.
here. Yeah. You know,
Let's make
it's
it a
group
family
effort.
trip.
Family
Alright.
trip.
Oh, and there
Family
goes
trip for the
Ducky.
underwear!
God, fuck.
Oh, well.
Well, I'm gonna go
And
plant these.
Why
thus
do I have
caught
such
you
a
digging
hard
through
time-
trash.
Yeah.
Why do I have such a hard time connecting to Yiggy?
I don't know.
We really just need to have sit down and talk, you know?
It's in his basement now, Kula. That's a new thing. Well, while we wait, I'm gonna go plant these broccolis.
At least it's raining.
Yeah, it means we don't have to water. That's nice. I love Yiggy's.
I never have to water.
I know you have strategically
Yeah, you
placed.
fucking...
You used all of our fucking shit for strategically
Yeah.
placed sprinklers.
Yeah.
Love that for you.
Son
What
of
are
a
you gonna do
bitch.
about it?
I don't know. I'll find something to do. Start killing your siblings.
My
Oh.
god.
Let's do.
Vivi!
Pick up the other ducks. Alright. So are we going to the basement or nah?
Oh yeah. Okay, I'm coming. I've got the staircase.
Alright, well come on, Yiggy.
Come on. Yiggy, that's not.
She'll figure it out. She'll get there.
Yiggy, come back!
She'll get there.
Yiggy!
Where the hell is she going?
Yiggy, what are you doing?
Y'all are still all the way down at the farm?
She's just standing there menacingly!
Well then I'm gonna go check my traps since y'all are taking for fucking ever.
Oh, she got raided, that's why.
Oh.
We're just like, what the fuck? fuck are you doing?
She's just staring at you.
Yeah. You know.
Well, I'm gonna check my traps while she's responding to her raid. She mutes herself and is
I'm
nice.
back.
I don't ever do that shit. Hi, welcome back.
Were you talking about me?
Yeah, I was saying you're nice and you mute yourself whenever you get raids. I don't.
I mean, if you don't care, I won't.
I genuinely do not care.
Alright. Let's go.
Hold on, I gotta deal with a fucking cutscene.
Let me just stand in here.
Where's his house?
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Wait, is his
Alright,
house the saloon?
No, baby.
no. Let me grab you. Come no, come here.
Bye.
Come here.
He had a bear in the saloon. Can we take it?
No.
No. Alright.
What? What the fuck are you holding?
A staircase. Thank
Huh?
you for the follow, the Duke. Welcome to the dog pound. I hope you have a great day. Why'd you? Who'd
Do you
you?
have to go into
just
this
holding
room
a
to do it?
staircase?
I think you could just drop it anywhere.
I don't want to be good friends with Mr. Shits himself.
Here, give me the staircase.
I did.
No, Yiggy has it. Yiggy, give me the staircase.
How do I have the staircase?
Because she dropped it and it went into your inventory instead of mine. Thank you. There it is. What the fuck? Why is it green, but I can't do it?
This is cringe. What the fuck?
It's green, but I can't do it.
Let me try.
Hold on.
Okay, I'll hold on. I'm holding.
I think it might be a very specific place in the
Yeah,
house.
I'm trying to find it.
No, you can do it with everybody in. I know that. I literally just watched a video about it earlier.
What if he just comes home right now?
He's gonna be really confused as to why 3 bitches are in his house holding a staircase.
First of all, how are you holding a staircase?
Yeah, trying to do improvisations to this man's home.
So how does he get to his basement?
Yeah, good question. Ducky's looking it up.
I'm trying to find it.
Hold on.
Let me try. I want to try.
You want to try it?
I want to try.
Hold
Let me
on.
try.
Staircase pants. Staircase pants? Hold on. Here you go, Yiggy.
These sure are things to say. These pants? Yeah, it's green.
Oh, yeah, you have to do it in his room.
Oh,
Damn it!
Yeah, you have to do it in his room.
You have to get 2 hearts.
I don't want to be his friend.
I mean, what is he like? I'll do
Ugh.
it. And then just open
He's
the door
a
for y'all.
cringe-ass Nene baby.
No, I think that it doesn't let you pass even if the door's open.
Damn.
What is he like? Well, I'll just friend
Parsnips.
him all of a sudden.
Parsnips. I've got some of those.
How many? Is it enough to get us each to her?
Maybe.
Just suddenly the youngins that moved in are becoming to be friends. That's so interesting. All at the same time.
He likes peppers?
Would you like to come into my room?
Yeah.
3 beautiful young ladies. You can use a chair to get in? Oh, that's true.
Oh.
You could do the chair
wanna try that?
trick.
What is the chair trick?
Well, I don't have any of my furniture. I know where it's at, but I'm not gonna go get it because I'm mad. I only have 1 parsnip.
Oh.
Damn.
Alright, let's fucking where are the chairs?
Actually, my chairs aren't
Ducky.
even in where Ducky put my furniture, so I have no fucking clue where my chair went.
Ducky, where are the chairs? They're right there. Under the door hole. Open it. Alright, well.
Yeah?
Peach, we need to have a talk.
Taking the chair. I'm out of here.
Oh, are we doing it right now?
No. I'm just taking it and running.
It's too
Oh?
late.
I'm just taking it and running. Oh fuck,
Okay.
you can't get by the well. Damn.
Tragic.
Oh, you don't have mail. There's not a bird on your stoop. I mean, it's not a bird for you, but it is a bird for me, so.
Hey, tomorrow we get underpants. The panty raid.
Yeah, Panty Raid is actually a really good thing, a good name for it.
Hopefully he didn't shit in this pair.
He may
Yeah,
have.
you weren't here when I went. Did he just shit himself?
Oh, yeah, well, you know. You never
Because
know.
like during that cutscene, he jumps and there's a squelching sound. Like
yeah.
Yeah, you know. Alright. I think it opens at like 9 probably. 8 or 9.
Alright. Yeah, when we do a raid at the end of the stream, it has to be panty raid, right?
Oh, of course.
Oh, who's this?
Oh, hey, Gunther.
Golden shovel. Ow! Alright. It's all thanks to your hard work. I'm keeping the shovel.
Fuck you. Anyways.
Oh, an old key? What's that for?
I don't remember, honestly.
Hey,
It's
do
for
those,
the... It's for the, sewers.
Oh, yeah.
Do the rare crows, actually function as scarecrows? Or...
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
And I like to collect them.
If you collect all of them, you get, the deluxe scarecrow.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about that.
Or I have to water my shit. I'm a great farmer.
Well, it's not. In your defense, you could set up a sprinkler system like Ducky, but she used all of the
We
sprinklers.
don't have
so-
anything. Yeah, we don't have any materials. So,
Well, wait. Can you guys craft sprinklers?
Yeah.
probably.
I mean,
We just like being salty.
Being bitter is a way of life.
Fun. It is. It's my way of living.
that's fair.
Why do y'all keep going inside of my house? There's nothing there for you. There's nothing there for me. And it's
just
my
nothing.
house. You better be returning my
Hey, where's
furniture.
my TV? Whatever happened to my TV?
I asked Ducky. She's the resident
Huh?
thief.
Wait, why do I have some furniture?
What happened to your what?
Her TV.
Oh.
Anything?
Oh.
That's why I have 2 in my house.
God.
Ducky said, why the fuck do I have 2 TVs in my house?
Never questioned
You-
it.
Fucking kleptomaniac.
You just like, oh, I
She's
guess
such
I
a
have
klepto,
TV.
she doesn't even remember what she's stolen.
Fuck
To be
up.
fair, it was a week ago.
Oh, you stole it a week ago?
Oh, luck is not on my side today.
Oh my
Anyways, let's go.
god.
Yeah, you
Let's go to the
fucking
pantry
bet it
raid.
isn't.
Where are you
Lucky,
going?
where are you
Oh,
going?
I forgot about that.
Oh my god.
So we have the chair.
I've got it. I've got it. I've got it.
I have the stairs.
I've got Spirit.
Ducky's here for the ride along.
All right, how does this work?
You sit, and you get up. Oh wait. Fuck.
You need 2? Oh. Wait, no, just... Okay,
Oh, you just need the one through the door?
I think so.
Wait, do you right-click to sit in it?
How does the chair trick work? Hold on. Stardew Valley. Chair glitch.
How do we get out?
Huh.
Did they fix it?
I think so. Yep. The
Damn
new
it!
update does not allow clipping into buildings with chairs anymore. Fuck this.
And we're leaving the chair there, right?
Yeah, fuck that guy.
No.
No,
make
it's
his own,
okay.
get into his own bed. Fuck him.
Clint, suck a dick.
You want 6 gold ore?
I hope things are going well for you on your farm. Fuck you.
They were until you talked to me.
Yeah.
I was having a great day.
Gore, I already got
Until
into
you
this.
didn't.
I already got into the secret forest, so I don't really need that.
Wait, what secret forest?
In the woods.
There's a secret forest in the woods and no one told me?
I'm sorry, I thought you knew.
How would I know? I'm new to this game.
Because I talked about it when I was doing it last time.
You think I remember things?
Well, you know, that's between you and God. I'm just here for the ride.
I thought Ducky was just here for the ride.
We both can be.
Yeah. So how do I put stairs down in general?
You just put them down, and you're supposed to use
It's
them in
not
the.
working.
You're supposed to use them in the mines.
Oh.
You can't find that fucking ladder. Why are you running around with a plate of food?
I don't know. Would you rather run around with this bomb?
Well, you know, you could. It'd be kind of funny.
It would be kind of funny. So should I just sell all of our fruits and vegetables then?
Why?
Why?
I don't know. I'm just asking questions.
Like, do you want to?
Don't we
Don't
need
sell-
money?
No.
Don't sell your squashes. Your squashes are really good for the skull cap.
Oh, energy.
Yeah.
Cool. But everything else I should sell?
I pretty much hold on to everything that is gold or silver, and then I sell the
Or
rest.
purple?
Or purple, and then I sell the rest.
Cool.
Leave it to Ducky to already have the fucking alleyway buffet.
What? The fucking what?
There's a trash can in the woods that I was trying to get to, and Ducky already got it.
Oh?
Does it let you take it?
Did you not click on it?
No. I just mean, like, it's for everyone, right? Like, they didn't,
Yeah, it's for everyone.
Okay,
Wait,
okay,
you still
thank
need
God.
crabs?
Huh?
You still need crabs?
No, I need a kitchen to need crab, and I don't have a kitchen, so.
Oh, well,
I need lobster.
I don't got lobster. I have crab.
Ooh, mystery boxes.
It should have been me! There we go. I stole a bunch of shit. Alright, where's this mysterious magical garbage can?
It's over by the blacksmith. It's in the woods.
Yeah, just go. It's really deep in the woods. Giggy, just just keep going.
Walking.
Yeah, just keep walking.
If you come over to the
If you hear the wolves howl, it means you're getting close.
Yep. Here, if you come over to the blacksmith, I'll show you.
Oh shit, there's a path up here.
Right here.
Whoa, what the fuck? What the fuck? Alleyway buffet?
Yeah. Now read the book.
Let's go, I learned a new power. It's the power to dig through trash.
Yeah, you dig through trash better now.
Yo, I'm so good at digging through trash. Just like real life for real.
I also am real good at digging through trash.
Yeah, it's called picking up the remains of my life.
Yeah, see, I still haven't managed to do that yet. Sorry, hearing that and then immediately seeing Yiggy is hitting the sack is really funny for some reason.
It's fucking hilarious.
I can't fully explain it.
No, I understand.
Wait, Kulo, it's reminded you of what? Oh, all my shit's back in my house. That's crazy.
Wow, how did that happen?
Yeah, how'd that happen?
The goblin blessed you, huh?
All I heard was the little fucking plip plap of duck feet in the rain, and suddenly all my shit was back.
Can I drop a bomb in your house?
Whoa!
Just curious.
Right?
That felt like a threat!
Like,
Oh yeah, cool, go eat.
like,
Damn!
just curious.
Can I drop a bomb in your house? What?
Just curious if you're able to leave bombs in houses.
I mean, yeah.
And if they blow up.
Just because you're able to doesn't mean you should.
But like, what would happen? What will happen?
What do you think would happen?
Nothing.
Nothing? Then Ducky, I'm gonna leave a bomb in your house.
Alright.
Alright, I'm leaving a bomb in your house, Ducky. Do you have... do I have your permission to drop a bomb in your house?
I love the idea of being like, all right, I'm dropping a bomb in your living spaces.
Ducky, I need your clear verbal consent here.
Yes, you can shit in my house. God.
Alright, cool.
Real question, does real verbal consent cover
Ow!
you in the bomb liability factor?
Alright, so it does not destroy furniture. Cool.
Good to know.
It does hurt, though.
Oh yeah, it hurts like a bitch. Ducks, when are y'all gonna start giving me what I want?
I'm sorry, I'm just fucking out of nowhere. Can I drop a bomb?
Yuki's having the time of her life over there. She loves dropping bombs in people's houses.
I fucking... It's like my favorite activity.
Favorite
I just-
pastime.
Is it insurance fraud? Only if you have bomb insurance, right? Like,
Do you have bomb insurance?
yeah, Ducky, do you?
Do I?
I don't know.
Ducky
We're asking.
sounded surprised. Ducky was like, I don't know.
Do I? Holy fuck, I don't know.
Shit!
Shit, I might.
Fuck!
Oh, shit. I should have bomb insurance.
Especially with Yiggy living right next door.
Yeah.
Fucking terrorist. Terrorista. It's 9 a.m.
Yo, I can go to the other mines. Let's go. I'm gonna get get all the iridium today. I know I said that last time, but like, where the fuck is this bus driver?
She doesn't show up for a minute.
Yeah, she comes at 10.
God, bitch!
I need a barn.
Hurry up! Get on the bus! Get to the bus! Get to the bus! Get to the bus! Why did I just pass
barn.
through you?
I need 350 wood
Go,
and
go.
150 stone. Okay. Oh, hi.
Hi.
Ooh, look at that bundle
Oh, hi, Ma.
complete.
Woo! Yeah, baby!
The whole ass fish tank complete.
Oh, wow. Hell yeah. Time to get that copper pan.
I just like...
I forgot to pay my bomb
everything.
insurance. Please, Iggy, not tonight.
I'm sorry, it's too late! Oh, jeez, here we go, Rick!
Ooh.
There's something wrong with me.
There's something wrong with all of us, I think.
True.
All right. So I need 150 stone.
Whoa, I fell down 15 levels?
Damn.
Holy shit!
Girly lucked out.
Yugi's over there
Okay,
cooking.
but I did land right with another 2 dragons. Oh, fuck me.
Oh. Never mind.
Damn.
Monkey's paw.
There she
That was a
goes.
monkey's paw moment. If I've ever seen one. I lost 27 squash.
Damn. You had 27 squash?
Yeah.
Jesus.
That was all my squash. What the fuck?
Damn. You said that
Fucked
so
up.
gently. That was all my squash. What the fuck?
Oh my squash.
Alright, I need...
Man, why couldn't I have had, like, the good at math or science autism instead of the dropping bombs everywhere autism?
I don't know.
I love the dropping bombs everywhere autism.
My friends don't appreciate it for some reason. Har 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 har!
Fucking weird of them.
Yeah, so fucking weird.
Okay, I need to,
You can just buy ores? That's...
I mean, you can.
You can just... fucking...
I feel like playing this game with
my
y'all
angle is
is...
to blow up.
I feel like playing this game with y'all sometimes is like me going, please don't spend this money before I can go buy this thing.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, like, that's part of the fun.
Is it?
I think so. Fun for me.
We can always go to Mayor Lewis's house and split our
fuck.
finances.
You need quartz to rub on your sore head?
Yeah, it's like for the chakras.
Yeah, you know.
Hi, Black
I hate
Bean.
when
How
my-
are you?
My autism makes me commit, like, genocide or something.
Yeah.
So fucking annoying.
What a bummer.
It's so inconvenient. It really ruins my day, you know?
Yiggy, thank you so much for cutting
Hey?
down all those trees.
When did I cut down trees?
You just cut down a bunch, and so now you have a lot of wood, and I stole some of
Oh! Okay. I don't remember doing that.
it. That's fair. That is
Can I sell
a
rubies?
ducky. It is. Yeah, you can if you want to.
But should we?
I'm a bit drunk.
Oh, hi, Black Bean.
Hell yeah. I mean, I don't see why not.
Alright. Yeah, their day... Listen. Their day isn't ruined. Their day is over.
I haven't heard that voice in years. What is she, your deceased wife? She's the wife that
I was
dies. Ducky's the wife that dies at the beginning of the movie, and we just keep seeing her in these flashbacks where, for whatever reason, she always has a sheet over her head.
Oh yeah.
And then by the end, it's just like realized, oh, this is a fucked up situation.
Yeah, pretty much. I want to put your sticks back. Thanks for letting me borrow them.
Mine?
Yeah.
I had sticks.
Yeah.
No, you had wood.
Yeah, wood.
She's just calling it sticks.
I just call
Who
them.
who needed the quartz?
The fuck is that in reference to? Truly, I was thinking about the D&D movie when I said it.
For what thing?
The dead wife thing.
Oh?
Like, genuinely, that's what I was thinking of when I said it.
Okay, Marnie. Who the fuck is Marnie?
Marnie is the lady that runs the animal stuff down at the bottom. In the woods.
Alright, cool.
She's also fucking the mayor.
Ew.
Yeah, she doesn't have great taste.
She really doesn't. You know what? They're perfect for each other. She just fucking rubs quartz on her head.
Yeah, something like that.
It's locked. Oh. What the fuck is this Halloween house? Yeah, that makes sense. Ducky steals all her furniture because of ghost pranks.
That's a what?
It's a ghost trick. Ghost pranks.
Oh.
It's a ghost trick. Jess understands that joke. A ghost trick. See, it's funny because ghost trick is a Yu-Gi-Oh deck, and that is the entire joke.
Yiggy is tucked into bed.
Yeah,
It is
well,
7 p.m., ma'am.
yeah, well, I died.
Life's a little hard sometimes.
Hang on, I need to put myself in the quotes channel for the thing I had just said.
They're
Hey,
right.
can I drop a bomb in your house?
Oh. I'm gonna go ahead and,
Wait, it's not the 24th? 27th.
Beautiful.
Definitely not the 278.
Could be. I'd never tell. Another chicken statue. I put.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should just get over the fact that they died. I should just walk it off.
Yeah.
Just walk it off, champ.
My heart is on the floor.
You'll get through it. It'll be fine.
You'll fucking stop being such a pussy.
There's no reason to be a pussy.
Yeah. Just do better.
You just have to be
Wait.
better.
Wait, why did my PayPal say I got $30?
I don't know. Where'd you get $30 from?
Fucking on. Oh, Kofi.
What?
Kula? Did you? Alright, Cat, just add $30, I guess? And that is another 9,000 seconds. See, that's why Kofi is the least recommended, because I will not fucking notice.
I just got a red tuxedo shirt from a tree.
I didn't give you shit.
Nice.
What are you talking
I
about?
look so good.
And you went to... Okay, I think I have to feed the cats, so I'm gonna hit the OK on the menu, and then I'm gonna go do that. Well, just, like, make a note of it, Jess. Just make a note.
It's 11 p.m. Do you know where your duck is?
Not in bed.
No, you're not in bed. Yeah.
You know.
I don't know where you are.
Bitch, I say what I say. Oh, I'm stretching. Gore, is the baby still asleep? Also, I grabbed 2 brownies, and I was like, yay! Forgetting I had already had a snow cone today, and now my tummy's like, you stupid fat
You
bitch.
son of a bitch.
Baby's still asleep? Damn. Love that for her.
It's getting late.
I know, we're just... She's doing something.
Yeah.
She woke
busy.
up for a second and then went back to bed. Same. She's so
That's relatable.
relatable. My child, so relatable.
She's so #relatable.
Yeah, she really is a tiny me.
Oh. Oh, what are they doing?
Lick Snots!
You know,
Lixie Knots!
fucking it up.
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the
We
dog
earned
pound.
how much?
$250,000.
That we can use right now?
We needed
No,
the
no,
coconut
in
and the
total.
dragon.
Oh?
Oh no. Okay,
Huh?
I'll go get it. Somebody sold the coconut and the cactus, and we needed those for the for the community center.
Yeah. No,
Oh.
we'll get some
You
more.
told me to sell things that weren't
No, it
gold.
was me.
No, I definitely sold coconut and cactus.
It's okay. It's not the end of the world. I'm just being
That
dramatic.
Anyways. I'm gonna go feed the cats.
Okay, go feed the cats.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Have a good time. Ooh, do we need red mushrooms for the... No, we don't.
Yeah, that we can't use those in,
I meant for the community center.
Ah.
But we do not.
you also can't use it in the dehydrator.
Oh, so those I should just sell?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I, pickled. I did not mean to. But I pickled some squash.
Well.
Squash do be pickled.
Mm-hmm.
Can I pickle corn? You can pickle corn! Can you pickle crystal fruit? Oh my god. There's so much you can do. Thank you so much for the hydrate. I'm taking a sippy sip. That was the most amazing follow sound I've ever heard. I'm glad you liked it. It's one of my faves. Do. Well. Now I got all this stuff. Oh, thank you for the posture check. I actually, when I hydrated, I also fixed my posture, but I will do it again just for you because God knows I fuck up my posture immediately after doing it. Alright, Sell the jellies. Sell the jams. Sell the jellies and the jams. The marriage pendant is 5K? Yeah. Are you ready to marry her already, Kula? Are you sure?
That's a big commitment.
It's a big commitment, Kula. I love the idea of us being like, Kula, you have to make sure that you're ready for marriage.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's not something you should just rush into.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
important.
Yeah.
Do you even know her ring size,
you, like-
Kula?
Yeah.
Have y'all talked about, like, do y'all agree on children and how to parent
Yeah.
them?
Like, I don't know if I, like, agree with the lifestyle you're trying to lead there, Kula, you know? Like, you...
The heterosexual lifestyle.
Oh. You know, that's just
Is
not
that how
I
you're gonna
raised you.
feel when suddenly Elliot's wandering around on this farm after I marry him?
It's like, ooh.
Oh, a non-binary, a man who might be transgender. Still feels
Ooh.
kinda heteronormative to me. I'm going for Elliot. I think Kula said he's going for Penny. I always thought Elliot was a twink. That is so valid. There's a theory that he's a trans man. I don't care. I love him, so he make me happy. All right, everything's wadded, and then, well, Dan. Am I not allowed to marry a woman? I mean, I never said that. I just said, you know, be careful.
We're just, you know,
I just want
are
you to
you
be
like
careful.
sure? Like you feel that way? Like maybe this is just a phase.
It might just be a phase. Exactly. See, Ducky gets the fun. I thought we were trying to go for a lesbian farm. Okay, well, Giggy's taking the only lesbian option I would actually go for, so. Emily is just a little too weird for me. Iron Maru's a good option, though. Jesus Christ.
All right, what are we talking about?
We're talking about Yuri Farms.
Yo, I love Yuri.
I know. That's why we're talking about it. So that whenever you
Without
came
me?
back,
That's fucked up.
you would be. Oh, I missed it. Damn. So no, we were talking about it so that whenever you came back, you'd be gifted with the gift of Yuri.
Oh, thank you. I super appreciate that.
How do I know if it's real? I don't know. Try thinking about her when you're not just horny.
Wait,
Do you
what?
still love her?
All right, who am I giving the quartz to again? I'm giving it to Marnie. What happened to our money?
I just had to buy some heaters for the barns.
Oh.
It is essential. I'm sorry.
Yes. No, that is essential.
When the winter comes, I don't want our animals to freeze.
Yeah, that'd be bad. Look at this bitch jumping rope next to this stupid ass tree. What a dumbass.
The child?
Yeah.
Damn.
This stupid fucking child.
Does it count if she's the first person I think of when I wake up? Do you wake up horny? Because if so, then no.
That just means you're a down bad degenerate, and I will have to destroy you.
My ducks aren't giving feathers. My lobster traps aren't giving lobsters.
Is this Marnie?
You have to be at 5 hearts
this
for
bitch
them to
Is
give
this girl
feathers.
Marnie? Oh my god, why is she vibrating? Oh god!
Her chakras are very aligned.
Is that Marnie?
The lady at hold on. Yeah, that's Marnie. Where you are.
Okay.
That's Marnie, yeah. What if she's the last thing I think of before the sun sets? My question still
it
implies...
didn't fucking work. I gave her refined quartz. Was that not right?
No, you have to give her quartz.
Fuck.
Which I'm pretty sure we have down here in the mines. I'm checking. I'm in here already, so...
Yeah, well, I can't give her any more shit today, so...
Yeah, we have actual quartz in the mine.
Because for some reason, it doesn't count.
Because it's burnt. She doesn't want burnt. It's bad for her chakras.
No, I mean, it's the fact that it, copper.
Oh.
Quests don't... What are words?
I don't know. Are we
I'm so
still
good at
trying to
speaking.
snooze the mayor? No. We gave up on him.
Yeah. I want his underwear. I want his stupid...
Well, so
stupid
there's
underwear.
other ways to get it.
Alright, how? How can I get his pants? Not into them, Mike. I just want the pants.
Well, you might have to snooze up Marnie.
What is she like?
What?
What is she like?
You know, she's a mom.
She like alone time?
Kind of.
Can we give her a dildo?
Maybe.
That was like such a sincere maybe. Maybe. We're still talking about Marnie, right?
Yeah. Alright, and then I'm saving the other heater for when the barn's done. I'm giving these animals a lot of long ways space, not a lot of thick space.
Dig through some shred. How do I know if I get anything? It'll tell me.
How do you know if you get anything?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Like by digging through trash.
Oh, yeah, it'll tell you. It'll give you a little pop-up.
Cool. Who the fuck is this? Oh, that's your stupid husband.
Oh, God.
Sorry, I just thought that'd be funny to say.
Okay. Trying to think. I've got items.
Yes, Jess. I hope your internet doesn't actually go off, but if it does, and it probably will, because fuck your mother.
Wait, Marnie isn't Jazz's mom?
No.
I thought she was.
Who's Jazz?
Yeah, she's our aunt.
This bitch loves diamonds? I'm gonna kill her. She's too expensive.
Marnie does?
Yes.
I mean, we have the duplicator.
Yeah, and it is duplicating diamonds right now.
So, like, we can
There's
oversaturate
5 diamonds
the
in
market.
the mine.
Yeah.
Right
We
now.
can oversaturate the market. Holy shit. Let's go.
Widdink. God, this fucking man.
Fuck yeah, we're gonna go crash the market.
Gonna go crash the market. He likes
Wait, do we have
octopus and
amethyst?
squid. He hates cute.
I have 1 amethyst.
Oh my god.
I grabbed 3 diamonds for my... I'm gonna eat them, and it'll be delicious.
Yummy, yummy.
Yum yum in my tum. Alright, now to wait by her house. By Abigail's house, I mean.
Marnie,
no, I
Marnie
can
kind of
enter-
MILF? Gore?
No, Gore's cooking. You right.
Is he?
She's kind of a MILF.
Oh my god. Well, she's single. But she's not a
Even better.
bachelorette because she's fucking the
Huh.
mayor.
She has horrible taste.
Yeah,
Fuck
she's got awful taste, and I'm not allowed
Slash
to.
neg.
Ooh, I got a vacation shirt from this tree. Why are all the trees on our farm dropping shirts?
Yeah, what happened here?
I can...
Yiggy, why is your whole wardrobe in these trees?
Oh,
I-
jeez, look at the time.
I like the vacation shirt, actually. It kind of makes me feel like a dad.
Listen, are you really gonna complain that I'm taking all my clothes off?
I mean, no, but I'm also going to be a little concerned about you.
I mean, fair, but like, I feel like that's a natural state for people.
Just cuck the mayor? I mean, I would do that willingly any day. Like, what the fuck's wrong with him?
Abigail, where are you? Fuck, I left it, now I can't go back in. I'm gonna wait by the door. There she is! Hi, Abigail. Hi, are you waiting again?
Yiggy has
I mean,
earned
at
a...
least 5 hearts.
Ooh! Yiggy's earned
I don't
an
know what that means.
achievement. Means you've got her up to a good number of hearts.
Well, I figured that much. What's the maximum?
10.
10. And 8 is when you become a partner?
Yeah, 8 is when you can marry them.
Cool. Look at me. Look at me.
Sorry, reading that as you started doing it was the highlight of my day. Look at cuck the mayor, cuck the mayor. Oh my god. Sometimes you just have to cuck the mayor. You know he likes it, cuck the mayor.
Yeah, he's fucking into this shit. If he wasn't, he wouldn't be so cuckable.
True. Stop looking at me with those cuckable eyes, Mayor.
with them cuckle eyes.
Why are you in my bed?
Why not?
I mean, I guess that's fair. Cuck the rich. I want to cuck Jack.
Woo!
I want to cuck Elon Musk.
I mean, he does a good job of that himself. Honestly.
True.
Actually, if you did cuck him, he'd probably just be like, "Are you at least having children? Please, are you breeding? Are you breeding? No, you need to breed."
That man does have a breeding kink.
He definitely does.
Which, like, same, but, like, keep that to yourself.
Yeah, it's weird when it's from him. Also, the fact that he had a fucking burner account where he pretended to be his, like, 4-year-old son.
And another child that he just didn't let anybody know about until an interviewer came over to their house and the kid was just there.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
I just
so
think
he
the
had
one-
two
the
kids.
part where
He had two kids
Yeah.
with Grimes, 3 kids with Grimes. He had a son and a daughter with Grimes that everybody knew about. And then one day an interviewer came to interview them. I think to interview Grimes about something that was going on with her music career, and heard a baby crying from upstairs. And she apologized and went upstairs and came back down with a baby that nobody knew about.
That's kind of powerful, actually.
Well, and apparently she explained that, like, he didn't want anybody to know about this kid.
Zika!
And, like, nobody
Zika!
even knows that that's her kid. Like,
Oh?
there's theories that it's
What?
Amber Heard's kid.
Hang on. Zika's here. Zika raid!
Hi, Zika!
Hi, Zika! Shout out the dog. How was your stream, Zika? With your finaling fantasies. I do not know enough about Final Fantasy to make a joke comment as I am one to do.
You'd
with
cuck
Reed.
Zuckerberg? That's a good pick.
Yeah, we're talking about cucking right now.
Specifically the rich.
Yeah, we're so not cucking the rich right now. For those who don't know, I'm Iggy from of Yggdrasil. We're currently hosting a donathon right now because I lost my job recently. $1 5 minutes, and we're also working on getting to 1,300 followers because if I reach that, I'm adding 13 hours to the timer. Also, hi, Demon. But Zika, I know how it is after shit. So you have to go rest, get something to eat, get something to drink, cuck a rich person. Do what you gotta do.
Oh yeah, definitely cuck a rich person if you're not.
Oh
too
yeah,
busy.
if you can cuck a rich person, go do that.
Also, Rika, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a great day. Which duck have I kissed? Not that one. That's the duck I haven't kissed today.
Wait, what?
Huh?
I'm talking about the ducks on the farm.
Also, it's Rakia.
Is it Rakia?
Yeah, you looked at it wrong.
I did. My bad. I'm sorry.
Who needed fucking black? Oh, need to find the basket. And I hope stream and Final Fantasies was fun. And you deserve to get good rest. I'm actually gonna snooze. Oh, nope, the ads are. It's too late. They're already gonna start.
Too late. Cannot snooze the ads.
Cannot snooze ads. It is Owarida.
What else?
Oh, right, I was gonna go with this geode.
Do the
Wait, what do I need the Nautilus shell for? We needed that for the bundle, right?
Maybe?
I think we need that for a bundle.
A lot of rich MILFs in this town? Yeah, go for it, Kula. Get them.
Hell yeah.
Get them rich MILFs. I keep getting Amazon ads. Gross!
Oh my god. Oh, right, we were talking to the fucking, his children.
Yeah, the secret child.
I still think the weirder thing, not even the secret child, the weirdest one is still him having the burner Twitter account.
Oh, yeah.
Where he pretended to be his
infant child.
Like, 4-year-old, his infant child and sing weird sexual things.
Yeah, it was very strange.
Like,
Ah.
Call from mom.
What?
Oh, mom's
Sorry.
calling.
Yeah. Apparently. Where is Marnie?
Oh, is she
Where-
not where she's
where's
supposed to be? That's not uncommon
No,
for
she's
her.
not. Fucking- eh? Also, where do we find
My
the
dinner's
back-
here.
Ooh,
Right back.
go get dinner.
Yeah, go eat one.
Go eat, queen.
Not like don't eat the singer queen. Okay, thank you.
Oh, he's dead, so if you're able to eat him, I'm gonna be more than impressed.
I'd be a little bit disturbed, actually.
I mean, if you managed to dig him up and everything, impression.
I mean, sure, it's probably a monitored grave or whatever.
Where the fuck is Linus's basket? Okay, so that's a coconut. I'm looking for a cactus.
Consider the coconut. Consider its leaf.
I'm trying to consider a cactus.
The iron. I mean,
Oh, hey, girlfriend.
that's what girls make do.
What's up, Sophie? Or Sandy, that's her name.
Ooh, Sophie.
Sandy?
Did you just? My name is Sandy.
Have
You never fucking get my name right.
Have you talked to Sandy yet?
Who the fuck is Sandy?
She works at the store that's out here in the desert.
I help.
You help?
Look at me help.
I'm proud of you.
Look at that.
But yeah, no, she works out here at the store in the desert.
Oh,
Sandy is very pretty, and I wish she was a dateable option.
I need to meet her.
What is Sandy like? Hold on, pulling that
I
up.
hope Sandy likes failures of women, because hey.
What you like, girl? You like girl failures? Cause that's all I am. Oh, she likes
White
easy
slip.
things to get.
Oh, fucking perfect. Sign me up.
She likes daffodils,
I'm easy as
sweet
shit.
peas, crocus. Oh, she should. Baby girl, you're getting a bunch of crocus come winter.
What is crocus?
I know you can mod to date her, but we're not playing. Well, I'm playing with just graphical mods, but we're not playing anything heavily
Whoa.
modded. Her game crashed. We're not playing anything heavily
Are you
modded
using any mods?
because this is YGGY's first time playing, so we're letting her get the normal,
The vanilla.
vanilla experience.
Before getting the hardcore stuff.
But consider Yuri Farms. I'm considering Gore. Don't get me wrong.
What is info suite to? I don't know things.
But we will teach YGGY the way of modded later on because we want to play
Hell yeah.
expanded with YGGY because
That'd
that's
be
the
so
only place where Ducky will date anyone.
Oh,
There's a character
mean,
that only
we're
exists in
we're single in game.
True. There's a character that only exists in expanded Stardew that Ducky is obsessed with. Okay, we
All you need to donate a coconut. No wonder they didn't want me to sell those.
Yeah, but I did it, so we're good.
Oh, yeah. Ducky, you good?
She's getting her food, remember?
Oh. Okay, I interpreted that as you saying your food is here
Nope. That was Ducky.
because my brain was like, "Oh, Peach's mom is calling. She must have been telling her the food is here." I did not realize it was Ducky's food.
I don't live with my mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm realizing that now. It's like I knew that.
If my mom was calling to tell me that food was arriving, I would be so confused.
Concerned.
I mean, happy, it's free food, but...
Sure.
6 ads! I am so sorry.
Ugh. All of them Amazon? That's just pathetic.
Is that why my ad revenue has been like $7 a month?
Oh. Get that ad bank.
I mean, it's better than the 40 cents it used to be.
Oh, displays like luck, tomorrow's weather, and how long. Oh, okay, that's it. That sounds.
Yeah, but then that's only because they made them 20 times more frequent.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Ads.
Make more frequent? Oh. Yeah.
Kuma, do you want out of my room?
He's thinking about it.
What the hell do you have? God damn it. Alright, get out of my room.
Boy,
No.
boy, I said boy.
Boy, I said,
God, I fucking love
get
that.
the hell out of my room.
So good. Have a good night, Jess.
He grabbed a stick or some shit. I don't know.
Where did you get it?
A
from?
Is it like,
chopstick?
was it like a comically, oh, a chopstick? I was
Mhm.
Damn.
not a comically big stick.
Where'd my boy get a chopstick?
I don't fucking know.
Rooting around in the kitchen?
I haven't cleaned my room in ages.
Oh,
Because I don't spend time here except to sleep.
that's fair. That's kind of how our bedroom has become too.
Why were you in my house?
I was trying to sleep with you, but you didn't show up, so I'm gonna go.
I was about to.
That's okay. I gotta get my mayonnaise.
Slumber party.
Okay, I'll
Wait,
come.
that's mayonnaise?
Yeah.
I thought it was a bucket of water.
No, those are the little mayonnaise things.
But like, you see how I can see that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I think my mod makes it look more like mayonnaise machines than the base game does, but that's just me. Okay.
Holy shit, Jess took 39 clicks.
39.
Fuck was I on tonight?
You were popping off, I guess.
Apparently, I was saying the weirdest shit. I mean, I did talk about fucking, can I drop a...
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You really did go, can I drop a bomb in your house? Like, that
Yeah,
was
I
just
just,
a
like-
normal question to ask.
Uh-huh.
It's like, hey, can I...
Do you mind?
Just, like, real quick, you mind if I just, like, commit an act of terrorism real quick?
Real quick.
Just, like, real quick.
Like, you guys don't mind,
Hey,
right?
that's not gonna hurt
Yeah,
your
but-
feelings if I do that, right?
Ah!
Just,
Oh,
Quick,
fuck, I thought
terror.
that was guacamole. That was not guacamole.
What was it?
what was it?
The green salsa thing,
Oh.
you know. I was like,
Yo, we got
oh,
another
cool,
ancient
I'm gonna
fruit.
put this on my
I thought
empanada. And then I
I
just
thought
poured
ancient fruit took
out.
longer.
Wait, what'd you say, Yiggy?
We already have 3 ancient fruit.
Yes.
Oh shit, the fair. Isn't that where we have to get his underpants for?
It's just kind of a quest that just kind of sits in the background.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to fucking murder him. I'm sorry, Ducky, what were you saying?
She accidentally put green salsa on her empanada instead of what she meant to put on her
Well,
empanada.
okay. No, it's not the fact that it's on there. It's the fact that I was expecting a guacamole-like texture to drop onto my empanada,
Right.
and it was just liquid, pure like.
It's not what you expect.
So it got everywhere.
Oh,
Oh.
That's why.
damn, I did
Because
misunderstand.
I thought it was just gonna be like thump, you know.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with what it is. It was just not what you were expecting.
Mm-hmm.
My bad. I misunderstood
Kind
the
of like-
situation.
My penis.
Damn,
Damn.
that girl's
I
talking about her
love it when you
penis.
I just fucking love to do my penis.
God damn it, that girl's talking about her penis again.
God damn it. Come on.
There's always girls over here talking about their penises. Who let all these girls have
Hey,
penises
Peach.
anyways? Yeah?
What's your penis's name?
Rosamond.
Mine's name is Bomb, which adds a lot more context to earlier.
Ah, yeah. Can I leave my bomb in your house?
Yeah. I just, like, leave it there.
It's heavy.
Do you do dick sitting services?
I do dick sitting services.
Requires 3 strokes a day.
Only 3?
Just 3.
She's not high maintenance.
Just a little tease. Not high maintenance, yeah.
A little teeth. I don't think, I think most people want no
Just a
teeth.
nibble. Nibble is okay. No. She doesn't like it, but you know, a little nibble is okay.
And from time to time.
What the fuck are we saying? I should have checked what my luck is today.
You want me to check? I'm by the TV.
Yeah, can you?
Yeah, I got you. Hold on. Today... The spirits are somewhat annoyed today. The luck will not be on your side.
Really? Because... Are you sure?
That's what it said.
Because I just walked in, and there's 7 iridium rocks.
Oh, wait, nope. I found where the luck is not on my side. The answer to that is this Amber Alert I was just sent.
Oh.
That fucked my whole model. What's up,
Anyways,
Willikers?
I just got a shit ton of iridium.
Hell yeah.
Now to just not die.
I got a copper pan. Oh, fuck me. You ever get a copper pan and then walk the wrong fucking direction?
Fuck my mouth.
God damn it. Why do you still have that?
Because I don't get... The thing with my files, I don't get rid of things.
Is fucking Robin taking a break today because she finished the barn? You sack of
Yeah, found a diamond.
shit.
No, she's always off on Tuesdays.
Robin,
I also get off on Tuesday.
I'm gonna kill you. I think we're talking about 2 different types of getting off, but yeah.
I mean, that too.
Robin, I had something I was waiting for you to help me with.
Oh, you're gonna have to wait longer, aren't you, bitch?
She betrayed
I'm
me.
on my union-mandated break, so...
She betrayed me is what she did.
Hardwood. Oh, fuck, that's a dragon.
Watch out.
Watch out! That's a dragon! Oh, man!
Oh,
Wahoo!
oh shit.
Ah, fuck!
Thank you.
Actually, you know what I'm gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna not risk all this iridium I got.
Just come home.
Yeah,
Grab a cactus while you're out there.
I will.
Thank you.
I'll do more than just grab a
Please don't. I beg of you.
Please come back in one piece.
I beg of you. If you
With
come
the
back
iridium.
and ask me to pry cactus pins out of your asshole, I will not do it.
Good news, I got the cactus.
Bad news.
It's gonna take a little work.
Bad
How do I
news. Do
harvest
you
cactus?
own tweezers?
How do I harvest this cactus?
You'll find one on the ground, like the coconuts.
Oh, okay.
There may not be any. Thank you for the hydrate.
Empty-handed. Oh. Oh my gosh, she's so cute.
Oh, Sandy?
Yeah, I love her.
Yeah, she's great. Hey, fucking Uggo, where's your wife? Why is he shirtless? I don't want to be in your house anymore.
She did the fucking colon 3 face?
Yeah.
Wait, who the fuck was that? Who the fuck is this guy? Hello?
Why in the hell is my map, even though it's updated, not telling me where anybody is, except for y'all?
Oh, we just get cactus seeds, though.
Oh my god. Oh, she's right
Did
here.
you update the mod?
I did, right before we started streaming.
Hmm.
I just give all these glasses to Evelyn. She likes them. She thinks they're hers.
Isn't that cute? She thinks she's included.
Wait, really?
Yeah, the broken glasses. She thinks you found her broken glasses.
Anyways,
Aw.
there's no cactuses anywhere.
Damn. That's okay. Thanks for trying.
You're not allowed to come back home. You bet. Oh wait, never mind. I lied. There is one cactus fruit.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Bet. I meant to get a cow today. Oh well, I forgot. And I already know this bitch is closed. Fuck her. Yeah, she closes at 4. God, Marnie.
Marnie, why are you such a bitch?
Truly.
So how many hearts do we need from
Is
Marnie?
being shirtless in your own home a crime? It is when you're ugly and other people can see it.
Hey,
Oh,
Peach.
shit, crime for
yeah.
me?
Marnie would have been closed.
I know.
Closed today, anyways.
I know, I forgot. It is when you're-
How hard is
I will
it?
say, not ugly, but just specifically when you're not my type.
What is your type?
Men that look like they do heroin. And women that also look like they do heroin.
I have a...
Gore.
Does not fit into that type, no.
No. No.
Yeah.
He never
I was-
has.
He looks like he would tell a cop that somebody was doing heroin.
He absolutely would, you're
in
correct.
the alley he just passed.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. You've got the right vibes on that man. You vibe checked him correctly.
Fucking nailed his ass.
Gore likes to say that he looks like Jontron.
Anyways, I got some iridium cooking.
I can see it.
He said, I'm like Jontron, but not racist.
So you say. Oh, wait.
I told him he should be a content creator and take Jontron's audience since they have similar senses of humor.
Fucking do it.
Except he watches
well.
our baby all the time so that I can be a content creator,
Oh.
so.
So wait. You're gone to a relationship with a non-MILF, and you got into a relationship with someone who's not your type.
Yeah, he's not my traditional type, no.
Funny how that works.
Yeah. But now I'm a MILF, and I'm into
Yeah.
dad bods, so
And
this works
he
out.
does heroin.
Now
It all
I'm a
worked out at
MILF,
the end.
and he's started a crippling heroin addiction, and we're good again. I don't know, if you look like you can smoke cigarettes and still look hot, you're my type. Gore does not smoke cigarettes, and actually actively hated the era of my life where I did smoke cigarettes.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
What?
In fiction, they can look cool.
I don't know, have you ever seen Mads Mikkelsen smoke a cig?
Like, okay, I would say aesthetically, sure, but I do not like being around people that are smoking.
No, that's very fair. And Gore's the exact same way. So when I used to smoke quite a bit, actually. And so when I used to smoke, I would just do it outside. So that, like, I'd go
Yeah.
sit out in the yard by myself. And sit, like
Like, I would-
downwind so it wouldn't, like, blow back onto my clothes.
Right? Like I would look at you smoking and be like, that's hot. Not going near you, though,
Yeah,
but
fucking,
I can respect from a distance.
don't expect me to kiss you, fucking cigarette mouth.
Yeah.
That was kind of how he was about it, too. And then I quit because I started to have such bad anxiety that I would drop lit cigarettes on my legs all the time.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, it wasn't great. I had a lot of burn marks from accidentally dropping cigarettes on me, or like my hands would shake when I would smoke, and so sometimes I would have burn marks on my hands from accidentally like catching a cigarette wrong.
You know, as you do.
Well, you know, I had just had a miscarriage and was full of crippling anxiety, so you do what you do. You cope.
You do what you do.
You cope the way you cope.
Yeah, you cope how you cope.
Some are not the best methods, but you know, we move.
And now I have candles, and that helps, so
Yeah.
I still get to play with my lighters.
Oh, yeah.
Ugh.
Listen, I'm still convinced, as a Jew, that a lot of Jewish holidays are just excuses to play with fire.
Oh no, I could probably agree with that.
We love lighting candles.
Yeah, y'all do be lighting a lot of candles.
Anyways, I'm mining level 7.
Ooh?
Cock-a-doodle-doo, motherfucker! So I got really into that one.
Okay, I'll deal with my yard later. I've got some other things I've got to do first. Actually, I can do my yard first. Everything else I have to do isn't open yet, so. Come on out, birds.
Cheep, 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 cheep.
I feel like I'm the only one that calls chickens chooks.
Chook?
Yeah.
Why the fuck do you call them chooks? Yeah, I'd say you're the only one.
I mean, it's a very common. I've heard other people call, but never like in person. I've always like heard it from like other people like online.
I have never in my life until now heard the term chooks.
I mean, yeah, you know, it does kind of sound like a slur when you say it that way.
I was just about to say that. I was not about to slur. I was going to say.
I was not about to slur.
Stand back, everyone. I'm going to slur. Peanut.
Hi, Nick. It's good. Dew Valley is good. We're chilling. I'm asking if anybody else has called chicken chooks. I'm being told no, and that I'm crazy.
No. Resounding no.
Well, now I gotta Google search this real quick. Because, have I been calling chickens a slur this whole time?
You've been slurring at chickens.
I love chickens! I would never on purpose!
I cannot believe this. This is so fucked up. Damn, no wonder the ducks aren't dropping their feathers.
Yeah, the ducks aren't dropping
They're
their feathers.
afraid of what you'll call them.
It's because I'm being racist to the chickens.
They see how you're talking to the chickens, they're like,
what's she gonna call us?
I don't want that energy.
Okay, hold on. I want to look this up real quick. Calling chickens chooks. Okay, so it's an Australian thing.
Why the fuck do you say it
I
then?
don't know. But it's an Australian
Also,
or New Zealander thing.
1,000 monies.
For what?
Pickaxe.
Oh. Yeah, it's a New Zealand or Australian thing. And it's just a shorter way to say chicken.
It's not really much shorter. I wouldn't not take that trade-off of the little bit it sounds shorter for the fact that it sounds so much like a slur.
Yeah, but apparently it's a very common thing to say over there.
It's got some more iridium from the geode.
From a geode?
I'm fucking raking in the iridium. You know, I just said I needed money.
I know, I'm sorry. I've been working on this for the past couple days.
Anyways, we got 2 more things in the museum.
Hey, we love new museum things.
We came in.
Why is it still frozen? Have you just had it like out on the counter? What's the temperature in your house? What's the code to your alarm system?
What are the funny numbers on the back of your card?
Yeah, what do they say? They say anything sweet?
Do they whisper sweet nothings in your ear?
Are they tasty?
Can I lick it?
Can I take a look?
Just a nibble?
I'm just gonna put these back. From whence I stole.
Alright, what is the best way to get 21,000?
Fishing.
No! You just said the word stole, and I see you come out of my house.
Uh-huh. I put it back.
That means you did go in my house in the first place.
Yeah, but I
Which I did explicitly give you permission to do.
You did, and I
have no problem.
And I just put it back.
I just like causing problems.
Okay, we have a new pet. His name's Mark.
Oh yeah, I guess we do need a sand pit.
Hi, Mark.
Oh, hi, Mark.
and he's got a friend whose
How
name
much
is
does this cost?
Thong.
Thong.
Yeah.
Hey, Iggy.
Yeah?
Could you, stop leaving stumps everywhere?
No.
You keep running into them.
Snuffy!
Is that what's happening? Are you just running into her stumps?
Well,
Ducky,
that,
Ducky,
and
ask
I,
for consent before running into my stump. Why don't you?
it's not like they just, like, disappear.
No, snowfers can't eat. Should we sing Snuffy a lullaby?
Mark is a woman, by the way. Be nice to him.
Oh, because Yuri on the mind? You came to the wrong place then. You're trying to get Yuri off your mind?
Here's my Yuri couple. They are female cows named
I
Thong
didn't
and
bring my
Mark.
fishing rod!
Anyways, Thong and Mark are my ideal Yuri couple.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I literally went to the desert to fish, and I didn't bring my fucking fishing rod.
They are beautiful little cows.
Why am I like this?
And sometimes they fuck.
Yeah?
Yeah.
They're just like me, for real, for real.
They won't do it where I
Art.
watch. But sometimes you just have lesbian cows.
I love that for them.
Boo doo 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 doo. Boo doo 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 doo. Boo doo 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 doo.
You don't have enough money for a bus ticket?
No. We don't.
Well,
Are you stuck there? Do you need money immediately?
No, I came back. I was trying to go back there.
Oh.
yeah. It includes the round trip.
Wait, what is that?
God, imagine being at the Skull Caverns with, like, a fuck ton of iridium.
And no money
And
to get
you-
home.
Yeah.
Oh.
Pam's just like, eh.
Well, she needs
Wait,
the
this
money for
little
her
yellow
local
glow.
alcoholic behaviors.
Yeah.
That's true.
Who's letting the town alcoholic be the bus driver?
That's a great question.
We know his name.
Mr. Shits his self mayor.
Mr. Shits a lot.
I love Sir Shits a lot. My favorite band.
Oh, it's a broken seat. Ugh. See these nuts? Yeah, I saw you talking about the Yuri show in the server. What did you say it was? Strawberry Panic or something?
Somewhere in the seaweed tangle, there's a
I
fish
also
with sharp
panic
right
when I see a
angles.
strawberry.
Oh, SpongeBob, you wanna get with ya? Maybe take your
The fuck?
picture.
What are you saying?
Huh?
What are you saying?
I'm singing the SpongeBob Burger King commercial from the early 2000s.
Love that for you, Queen.
Thank you. I wasn't allowed to watch SpongeBob growing up, and I think it stunted me as an adult.
Yeah,
I
I
was
think
allowed
we
to watch
did.
Ed, Ed, and Eddie.
That's
I
probably
wasn't-
for the best.
I was allowed to watch SpongeBob, but I was not allowed to watch any of the other shows on Nickelodeon.
Yeah.
Unfairly Odd Parents?
Yeah, no, I couldn't.
Yeah.
Basically,
Huh.
here's my parents' thoughts.
Okay.
They didn't like that they portrayed parents as stupid,
Uh-huh.
which I mean is fair.
Sure,
Like to a
yeah.
young child, like
That's
you don't
fair,
want-
I guess.
the media like they consume saying that all parents are fucking, you know, like none the wiser about anything and blah blah
Right.
blah. But I really want to watch Fairly Odd Parents.
I mean, no one's stopping you now.
I know it's not the same.
It's not.
We're talking about the fact that I wasn't allowed to watch SpongeBob growing up.
Meanwhile, my grandpa, whenever I was at my grandparents' house, would be like, I want to watch SpongeBob. Like, from on TV.
And about the fact that me not watching SpongeBob growing up, I think, has stunted me as an adult because now I don't understand any of the references that other adults make.
So you're saying you're feeling it now, Mrs. Peach?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Again, the solution, there's a clear solution here.
Your dad was weird
Yeah,
about a
but-
lot of things.
You, like, Peach, you have a child.
I don't
You
want
can
her to
use
watch
that
that
as an
shit.
excuse. Okay, so, like...
Also, she doesn't like animated stuff.
Oh, she's gonna hate your model, you as a...
Oh, she likes my model, and she likes me, but that's because she hears my voice coming out of it.
Okay, fair.
But she doesn't like animated TV shows. We have no
So
idea
no
why.
Bluey in your house.
No, which I'm upset about, because I really wanted to watch Bluey. That might change.
What does she do if you put something animated on?
She
Does she just start
cries.
crying?
Yeah.
Oh.
She gets
Oh
upset.
my god.
She gets upset until I turn on something that's like actual people on a television screen.
Have you tried anime?
She'll watch Dungeon Meshi with us.
Okay, she's got good taste. Maybe you just haven't been putting on the right things.
Maybe. She needs blood and guts and gore.
Yeah! I mean, her dad is named Gore. So, like...
True. The boys knew Dragon Ball Z and Pokemon, and I knew fucking High School Musical.
You know, she just sees, you know, like Bluey. She's like talking dogs. That's not
That's not
realistic.
realistic.
Come on, man. And then she sees,
needs
you know, like
Hot Chimera
fucking-
Lady.
Yeah, Hot Chimera Lady. I will say, she locked in for that episode. I was like, damn, lesbian like me. For real.
She just like me, for real, for real?
We were watching that episode, and Gord thought she was asleep, and I look over, and she's wide-eyed watching the TV, and I'm like, whoa.
That's amazing. Wait.
She does like the Wiggles,
If-
that's true.
If your daughter doesn't like Bluey because talking dog, what about Zika?
She's never seen a Zika, so...
Okay.
Hold on, I'm gonna go grab another chicken taquito. I want a taquito. I'll be right back.
I mean, I know about Ruby. I never seen Ruby, not interested. Especially knowing how, like, later, how it's treated and whatnot. You can fix her! You can fix You can fix Peach's daughter for her fear of talking dogs. Let's go! I believe in Zika supremacy. I think Zika could do it.
Never mind, we are out of taquitos. I grabbed a banana.
No!
I'm so sorry to hear
Also,
that.
Gore, why is your mother feeding our child while you sit and watch? I have questions.
You know.
Oh, you know. Yeah, we realized, Peach,
Uh-huh.
Zika is gonna fix your daughter.
Okay. Ow.
Well, just curing her fear of talking dogs.
Oh. Oh, shit.
Just show her Zika.
My hoe is ready.
I'm sorry, did you upgrade your hoe?
Yeah.
Is that even... What does that do for you?
It makes it faster for me to plant things in the next couple seasons. Also, I just kind of wanted to get
It
out
lets
of
it lets you till more land, like,
For-
in one
and-
swing.
and spend less energy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I have a cat girl for a daughter.
Ooh.
She likes cats.
Alright,
She,
alright.
she calls cats her babies.
That's
Aww.
so cute.
It's really cute, actually. She kind of just toddles around and just goes, baby. And I'm like, yeah, that's a cat. And she's
Aw.
like, baby? And I'm like, sure.
Sure,
Aw.
why not?
Yeah, whatever you say, dumbass. Sure, that's your baby. You're 2. You
One.
don't have a baby. Oh, 1? I thought she was...
Yeah, she's
I'm
only
right, okay.
one.
Haha, 1!
Haha, 1.
Hello. Hi. Sorry, I took your blueberries. They kind of scared
they're
me.
nuts.
It kind of looked like a jar of like nuts.
Hmm.
Nut.
But no.
Okay,
they're all
so
good.
you have to show her Mystia then. Mystia and Salem.
Yeah, I think she'd like Mystia.
We need to, like, do litmus tests for your daughter. Figure out where her loyalties are.
Cat girls or dog girls? Answer wisely.
And figure out, like, you know... Because not all dog girls are bad for her, obviously. We need to figure out the balance.
She just doesn't like.
I
She just doesn't like anime. She doesn't like animated stuff. I don't know.
She likes Dungeon Meshi, though.
Yeah.
Peach, I'm sorry, your daughter is literally Thing. Ew.
She-
Thing Japan. Good.
She doesn't like. She didn't like Biren though when we watched it.
Oh, she has bad taste, actually.
Never mind. I hate your kid.
Never mind, your daughter sucks!
I'm gonna.
Oh, hi, Leprechaun. Why is the chair here?
Where? Where's
By
the
the bus
chair?
stop.
Oh, I did that a long time ago. What the fuck?
Alright.
My niece also loved Mystia, but that slowly evolved into liking all fluffyish creatures and the the T-Rex. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. I mean, they were feathered, probably.
Probably.
I know about the character you're talking about. I'm so excited to meet her.
I'm a manga reader, so you don't really have to worry about spoiling.
I know about Izutsumi. I know she exists.
Oh, is it Izutsu? She is.
I know she exists.
She is something. That one. She baby.
Oh, you know. Being treated. I've seen, like, her reaction images from, like, Dandy.
Oh yeah.
I'm so excited to meet her. Come on, Sandfish. Whoa! You got a feisty one.
Okay, girl. Yeah. My sweet girl.
Yeah,
we got a
you know we already donated the sandfish, right?
Son of a! You know, here I am.
That has been your project for the past, like, week in Stardew Valley.
Actually, it's only been, like, a day. So...
I mean...
It's because I fucked up yesterday.
My favorite character is not even gonna get animated this season, I don't think.
I'm still just about Chimera.
Oh yeah, Chimera's great.
Pretty lady.
Pretty lady.
Also the cutaway. Whoa, hold up!
They also censored her boobs. Her boobs are bigger in the manga.
I mean, I think they're a good size in the anime.
I mean, yeah, but they were bigger in the manga is all I'm trying to say.
I don't like them too.
They still look good though. They still look like. Well, what I mean is like in the manga, they still like they fit her well.
Okay.
They weren't like massive, oversized. Hi.
Hi.
They still fit her pretty well.
It just feels like in
Hey,
the
Yiggy, check
anime,
this
her
out.
boob size keeps changing. Are you using that right now?
Yeah,
Why did you use that now? Where did that take you?
the beach. I just didn't want to run all the way down here.
Hey, I have 2 warp totems actually, so
For the farm?
I have one for the farm and one for the beach.
Oh, nice.
What
Yeah,
happens
I was just being
if
lazy.
you use a beach warp totem during the if the jellyfish festival happens?
I don't know. I don't think you can use warp totems during that in general. I just don't think the game lets you.
Okay.
Is Elliot home? I don't know where he's at right now. I got a lobster finally. Please let me in.
Let me into your pants.
Oh, shit! I forgot I have to do his 2-heart event. I haven't done it yet.
Whoops.
Who's my favorite character that's probably not getting animated yet? Lycian. Lycan? Lycian? I don't know how his name's pronounced, but Lycian.
Like
How I-
him? Like
Well,
a werewolf?
You would think so, except it's I-O-N at the end. But yes, like werewolf.
Is he a werewolf?
Not really.
Fucked up. Oh, you gotta start.
I mean, he kind of is.
how
but-
are you kind of a werewolf? Like, I thought it's one of those things you either are or you aren't.
In the same way that, Phelan is not human, nor is she monster.
Ah. I don't know, I think she is monster now.
Well,
I don't think that's really how is that a debate?
she gets better.
Oh, okay.
Kind of.
She recovers.
I mean, not really, but a little bit.
Oh, I got an eel.
Ooh, you can make a spicy eel sandwich with that.
I'm gonna sell it.
Or you could do that. Both are good
Do
options.
any of you have have cave jelly?
No. Animated Blythe? I wouldn't call him that. But sure, I guess. Did I already go get my... Oh, that's what I meant to do. I meant to go get my hoe. No, it's too late
I'm
now.
right
It's already
here.
5 p.m.
Oh, I got a sea cucumber. Oh, the chest had 2 stones.
My dumbass forgot to go get my hoe on time. Now I gotta go get it tomorrow. But no, I don't think any of us have cave jelly yet. Which feels wrong.
Okay, I just got some.
Oh, okay, cool.
Well, whoopsie
Like, right as you said that.
If this fucking game
Anchovy.
would
got
like to
24 different
stop
fish.
shooting electricity at my walking pads,
What?
I've got a...
Peach, can you stop getting struck by lightning?
I didn't get struck by lightning, but my path did, and now it's all verkungled.
For
I hate
Kungle.
when my path gets rectangled.
Okay, there it goes. It's verfunkled.
Ooh, an albacore.
Are there-
I'm getting all the
Did you
fish
say
today.
Albuquerque?
No
I
albacore.
said albacore! Yeah, I caught a fucking city.
The whole city. In her hands.
It was with Zika also.
What?
Zika was the other person.
Oh.
Zany asked a question. in
Oh,
chat.
okay. I thought you were talking about the catching of your fish, and I was like, how
Oh.
did Zika help you catch a fish?
I mean, she dogged.
You dog.
Oh, I got a rusty cog.
I mean, I'm a rusty cog.
No, you're a rusty dog.
I could be both if I try hard enough.
You know what? So true, Queen.
Gotta clean up the farm.
Oh, that's a good point. A whole city in the palm of my hand, and I apparently like bombing houses. A bad combination.
Yeah. Very bad combination.
I got sea jelly.
Ooh. That shit yummy.
Yum.
I always forget how fast this game goes whenever you're playing it with other people until I was playing it by myself the other day and I was like, why is it taking me forever? I'm so used to always playing with Dougie that when I play by myself, I'm like, this fucking sucks! Where's all my money? What do you mean I have to grow everything by myself?
For you.
Bop. And the bop. Bop.
Did I just say cockle?
Have we gotten the owl statue yet?
Yeah, I sure did.
No.
Ooh. I got that yesterday
is
while
a
I was
cock?
streaming, and I got scared.
Yeah.
I got scared because he put it on my fucking coop. Why would you threaten my birds like that?
Keep them in
Yeah,
line.
that's a little bit of a threat.
I mean, yeah, it's a sort of mollusk. But
Mollusk.
it's a fun word.
It is a fun word.
Mollusk.
Damn, look at Ducky's, like, fucking long farm down here. That's crazy. Whereas I went for girth, Ducky went for length.
Love that for her, actually. I just sold a bunch of shit.
I wonder what eel tastes like. It's okay, I've had it before.
I mean, you can there's
You can go places where you can eat eel.
a very easy solution to that.
Eat eel.
Yeah, just eat eel.
And timber.
Living off the land. What?
All right. Just a little threat for the soul. Yeah, from the local owl population.
Oh shit.
That really makes me feel at home when the local owl population starts sending out threats.
Who?
The owls. You'll meet them soon.
Who?
You'll meet them.
Who?
The owls.
Who?
Are you the owl?
Nuh-uh.
I don't know about that.
You can't prove anything.
Can't prove shit!
Can't prove I'm an owl. Who the fuck said that? Fucking beat them up. Fucking eat them out. Beat them up.
Don't eat them out. Wait. Don't do all that. Once again, favorite song. I wish this song played more often.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what is in the fish box here?
What's the...
Why is there a purple fish in there? What does that mean?
I have no idea what you're talking about right now.
Ducky, what did you do? What is that
Huh?
thing you place?
Oh! It's a dehydrator.
Why are you
Well,
dehydrating
sorry, no
the
wait,
purple
it's a fish smoker, that's what it is, sorry.
Oh, okay.
It doubles the price you can sell fish at.
Oh!
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, feel free
And
to
actually-
fucking throw my shit.
You know what? Because I have level 10 fishing.
All your fish are gonna be like iridium.
Yeah, and also, Peach, do you have level 10 fishing?
How would I check what level?
I am currently at level 8.
Oh, my fishing is 5.
I could probably get level 10 fishing here soon, though.
I only say that just so, like, because I get a 50% bonus to selling fish.
Oh, yeah.
So, I'm just gonna leave a little, like, chest right next to fish smoker that's next to
I mean,
the
I wish you
shipping
told me
bin.
that before I just sold a bunch of fish.
It's okay.
You know, it's fine. So
Oh,
I
that's more
can
fish.
sell them when you guys are done smoking them.
Yeah.
Smoke them for God?
That makes sense?
Are we only smoking the purple ones or all of them?
You can smoke.
'Cause that
Um,
would take a while to smoke all of them.
Yeah. I would say just put them all in the chest and then
Alright.
start with the most expensive fish that you see.
How do we know what the price is?
iridium. The iridium ones, you know.
Yeah.
Work your
The
way down
purple?
to the gold ones. Does that make sense?
Purple, then gold.
Yeah,
Got
what
it.
Gore said is right.
Mhm.
Put it in water while it's still wrapped. That'll definitely help.
Yo, I got the penis.
Oh, what?
sea cucumber.
Oh.
It's basically the penis of the sea.
Pretty much. Okay.
Got an Albuquerque.
Albuquerque, Albuquerque.
Albuquerque had a turkey.
Sorry, I was laughing at myself because my brain immediately went, I like fucking jerking off. And I was like, brain, you dumb bitch.
Not today. Come on.
Pull it together,
Yes, sea
man.
cucumbers do spit out white goo in self-defense.
They do, yeah.
That's why Pukumuku's ability is innards out.
Yes.
And why its like attack animations are like the stuff coming out of its mouth. Those are its organs.
Oh,
Yes.
good.
Its name is Pukumuku. It's pukin'.
Yeah. It's pukin' mookin'.
Okay.
I also be pukin' mookin' sometimes. I get him.
I mean, I used to be pukin' mookin' whenever we went out for dinner.
We've circled back around.
Comedy, baby!
Oh my
What are
god.
my ducks at? Almost 2 hearts.
I'm right here.
I'm asking about these ducks! Hello, ladies.
Got it.
Come on out, kids. It's time for y'all to share the yard.
Sardine! A 3-inch sardine. Oh, I also got an emerald, though, so that's pretty.
Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna come give this fucking amaranth.
Wait, with your auto fishing mod, how do you get chests?
They just auto.
Oh. Whoa! I got deluxe bait, a diamond, and a small magnet ring.
Hell yeah.
Damn.
Alright, I completed the
How do I
amaranth
use bait?
quest. You left click it, or sorry, right click it, and it automatically goes onto your...
Do you mind if I upgrade my axe?
You got it. Go for it. We're fishing to make extra money for, YGGY, so...
Yeah.
Okay.
Have we donated diamond? I think we've donated diamond.
We have. Ducky did it.
Yeah.
Yep.
It doesn't let me... What do you mean I right-click the...
I got my hoe!
Wait, how do can I not use bait on the regular fishing rod? Do I need a different one?
No, you can't. You have to use the
Oh, I
damn it,
never
what's the
even
other
went
one
into
called?
here?
The fiberglass? Or the bamboo?
Yeah. The fiberglass you can use bait, and then you need the iridium one to use the magnet and all that.
Alright, I'm gonna get a fiberglass rod.
Yeah, you can buy it from Willie down here.
Yeah, I bought Lily's rod. Oh, hey, Duck.
Oh hi.
Oh, hi, Doc. How do I attach the
What are you trying to attach? The bait?
bait?
You should just be able to left click it. Or right click it, sorry. Just right click the bait itself.
In your
Yeah.
inventory.
Yeah, in your inventory. Like with your
Okay, there we go, I
inventory
got
pulled
it.
up. Yeah, there you go. I believe in you. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Perfect. I got a sardine.
A sardine. She sure does got a sardine.
Sardine.
I found a prehistoric scapula.
Oh, a prehistoric Scott Bakula. Whoa, what is that?
What's what?
The fish monster!
I don't know what you're talking about, Iggy.
You're right, I'm being gaslit. You're right, Ducky. There was no fish monster.
The game is gaslighting me.
Yeah?
Maybe the fish monster is the friends we made along the way. All right.
So true.
God, Ducky is so right. I need y'all to know, this is my favorite bow in the game. I'm talking to chat right now, but this is my favorite bow in the game.
This right here is my favorite thing. I think about it all the time.
Favorite bow in the game.
That easy. Another sardine! And sardine!
Yeah, the green bow. Yeah, I just think it's so cute.
Chess? Bingo? Ah!
Look, everyone makes fun of me for my organization skills. Until my organization skills help the class.
Oh, I can just do that? Oh, I'm fucking fishing the wrong way.
What?
I went the wrong direction.
Oh.
Nice seaweed, Ducky.
Now y'all shitting on each other while fishing.
Where'd you get it?
The seaweed store.
Bad fishing store.
Yeah?
Oh.
Ducky found a lost book. She's helping the children gain knowledge. How do you feel now?
I actually feel kind of bad because I haven't been giving back to my community.
Do you hate those orphans? Huh?
I do.
Are there orphans in
I
this
have
town?
resentment because I wasn't ever adopted.
When I
mean,
was the orphan.
Yeah, technically, isn't Chaz an orphan?
Is he?
Ah, fuck.
You mean she?
Oh, you said Jazz. Sorry. I don't think
I thought you said Chaz.
I did
like
too.
From Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
I did too, and I was like, what?
And I'm like, no, he has brothers.
I mean, is she
his family?
Is she an orphan, or is she just choosing to live in town with her brother and her aunt? Because Shane's her brother, right?
Yeah, I have no clue, honestly.
I've never done the Shane storyline. Maybe that's why he's an alcoholic. I'm like, I have no fucking idea now that we're talking about it. Why is Shane an alcoholic? What happened to his mother? And his father? Why is he here with a toddler for a sister? What has happened to him? Hi, Video! How are you? I'm just calling you Blossom. I'm not the whole...
Video? Why did you kill the radio star?
She deserved it.
Why'd you do it?
That bitch had it coming.
Okay.
Fair.
Fair enough.
Maybe she shouldn't have been talking shit on her radio show.
True.
Very tired,
Oh
same.
my god, this fish is so feisty.
I mean, me too, but nobody else says it about me. They just tell me to chill the fuck out and sit down.
I caught it. It was a super cucumber.
Damn. It was feisty as hell then.
Yeah.
Alright, I need...
Shit fought back.
Said you can't
I'm
take
gonna
me
go put
alive.
stuff in the fish check. Oh, you took me alive. Fuck.
Damn.
You killed me. Shit.
How the fuck did you do that?
That's always my fucking favorite thing. It's like, you'll never be able to catch us. Jump cut. They caught us.
Damn.
damn it!
It's always my fucking favorite thing in fiction. It's just, I don't care how many times I see it, it's always fucking hilarious.
How did I run out of coal? What the fuck?
Oh, you know.
There you go.
Huh?
I'm doing some stuff in the
Whoops, I accidentally took out the fish.
mines.
'Cause I was trying to... Oh, that's already... No.
Ooh, it's getting late. I'm running home, holding nothing but bait in my hands.
You're a master at that.
Oh, thank you. Hi, gang. I've had spicy ramen
Hello.
and it was good. I'm proud of you. I do not like spicy foods, so... I don't have butthole issues, but I feel like if I eat enough spicy foods, I will develop butthole issues.
Did you know there's a link between autism and stomach issues?
Yes, because I have both.
Shake your hand. My favorite part about that is, ooh, level 6 fishing. My favorite part about that, though, is the fact that scientists, they've looked into it. They cannot figure out what the connection is. They just know there's a connection.
That's funny. It was so spicy that it stained the fork. Jesus!
Damn.
Oh, this is good. This is good for me.
Oh, it's raining. It's raining. I love you.
Fried egg, bread, pancakes. Do I know the crab cake recipe yet? I don't.
I am gonna put all the fish I have in that little fish.
I love how cutesy my house still looks.
Hell yeah. Alright. Got...
I kind of am just growing sunflowers for no real reason.
I mean, it's pretty.
Yeah, I
What more
love.
reason do you need?
I mean, sunflowers are my favorite flowers, so
Yeah.
should probably get more cranberries though.
We already have the Nautilus fossil, I think.
Hmm.
Rocket, rocket, no make trouble,
Hmm.
make trouble. Follow
All right.
me, rocket, rocket. Hi, Digi! You know, one second, I have to get more water real quick. I'm a
Dingy.
thirsty little bit.
All right, we're just gonna repair that gate as I walk over it. Time to feed the ladies. Good morning, everybody. Why does it take you all so long to love me? Am I not lovable? Ow. What's always howling at us in the middle of the night? Or during the rainstorms?
I mean, isn't there like a wolf?
There might be.
Yeah, remember they like kill your chickens.
Oh yeah.
It's rocket, boom.
I forgot about that actually.
Trouble. Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
And I has water.
And they only do it when you like close the door at night
Or you leave it open, I think.
when
is what
not
it
all
is.
of them are. No,
Really?
I looked it
What
up.
are we talking
Yeah, I looked
about?
into it.
Huh.
If you leave it open, they're perfectly fine.
Wait, if we leave what open?
The
who's
coop
fine?
door.
Me?
If you leave the
Oh.
coop door open at night,
Coop door?
but we were talking about if you shut the coop door, but not all the chickens are in, a wolf will come and eat the chickens.
Oh. That's not
Yeah,
ideal.
you know.
Not ideal, but it is what it is.
It's what it is.
And the breaks, you know.
I need to get the crab cake recipe. Does Willie
Can I
have
use
that?
the bait, or it's better if Ducky uses the bait, right?
It doesn't really matter, but I think so.
It doesn't?
Yeah, if you don't close the door,
Huh?
it does lower their hearts. That's true.
Ducky, do you need to be the one to use the bait, or can anyone?
Oh, yeah, no, you can use it.
Alright. Time to become a master of bait. Wish was a shorter term for that. Oh, hey, Pete.
Hi.
It'd be really funny if, like, you just took all the bait.
Oh no, I use 7 of it for this, so.
Oh, do you need it? Okay, then I won't.
No, it's okay, it's okay. I only use 7 a day, so.
Alright. And you just get more?
I make more from the mines, so. You use monster guts to make them? Oh, thank you for the posture check.
Oh.
And you make 5 from every 1 monster gut, so.
Oh, wow. It's a good ROI.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. So I'm not too worried about it.
Alright.
Monster guts are also super easy to get on the lower levels, so.
Prehistoric scapula?
Yeah, I found it yesterday.
Man, I love fishing in the rain.
I'm
Why am I?
fishing in the rain.
I'm fishing in the rain.
Ugh.
Yeah, Robots was a good movie.
Sorry, I feel like that's a sentence not said very often.
Oh, I actually love that movie.
No, I do too.
Unironically.
I just feel like it's not said very often.
It's fucking peak. I know this town like the back of my hand. Oh, that's new. And Robin Williams, what a legend.
Robin Williams was such a legend. I mean, he named his daughter Zelda, so.
Yeah? Yeah, and Fanny could get it.
Whoa! I mean, yeah, but whoa!
And then fucking Mel Brooks being Bigweld, like, I'm sorry, that movie is just peak.
It is really good.
And the GameCube game was also good.
I did not try
Well,
that.
maybe not good.
Can I get recipes from? Oh my god, where do I get?
What
this
didn't you
recipe
tell me,
from?
did you? What happens if you use deluxe bait, though, for the trap?
It just works faster.
Oh.
Oh, I don't know about for the trap. I've never used it in the trap.
Oh, it just works faster.
Boop boop. Pocket camp, not now.
Aww. Wait, but I'm not a fake tree. I'm a real tree.
Is Ducky alive, or is she just real into
Ducky?
Stardew Valley right now?
She is locked in.
Oh,
Oh?
there it is. You know, asking is Ducky alive only for her to immediately die afterwards is a crazy turn of events. That was really well timed.
That, you know what that calls for? Anyways, go on.
What killed you?
I fucking hate doing the goddamn Skull Caverns in multiplayer with the goddamn lag, and I hit the frickin' serpents, and then they're like, "Oh, we're actually gonna hit you twice for every time that you hit us. Fuck you!" And I try to go up the ladder, and then it's like, we gotta hit you before you go up the ladder because, you know, that's how damage works. Even though in single player, the game would be fucking paused. Anyways.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the game pauses when you go up and down ladders, but it doesn't in multiplayer because it can't pause for everyone.
Right. Could you imagine if it did?
It'd be really funny.
But it'd be so annoying.
One of us would be
And you
constantly
get
going.
heals.
Yeah. One of us would be constantly going up and down ladders just to get on everybody else's nerves.
It'd be me.
Hi, Krobus.
Hi, Krobus.
Krobus.
Are you in the sewers?
Wait, I have to meet Krobus still.
He's in the sewers. You can go. You have the
What
key.
is he like? I want to romance him.
You have the key.
I do.
You can go to the sewers whenever.
How do I romance him?
I don't know. I've
You
never done
can't.
it.
Well,
Can?
he just becomes your roommate. He doesn't become your lover.
That's
It's
fine by
unfortunate.
me. We were roommates. Wait,
Very, very homophobic.
Ducky,
I was
you
gonna say
sound-
homosexual.
you
I'm
sound
sorry,
so
that-
defeated, Ducky.
I am, alright?
Ducky is me, truly, when something does not go our way. Ooh. When something doesn't go our way, me and Ducky have to have a little bit of a mental breakdown about it.
Nah, I feel that. Albuquerque.
I've been
I think she's been. I think Ducky is done eating.
All the live long day.
She's crying now.
Whoa!
Gotta pick Yankees broccoli because she
Has
I
so
forgot to
much.
pick my broccoli!
so gay.
She just runs
I didn't
off
realize
without her
this was
broccoli.
Oh, I got a new super cucumber.
Ducky's cooking
Listen,
up
I don't
some
have time to
super
harvest broccoli. There's
cucumbers
fish
all
to catch.
the live long day.
Here you go.
This one sells for 1,500 bells.
Ooh, an eel. No!
Wait, that's the wrong game.
1,500 bells. Oh no. Ducky's so upset she thinks we're playing fucking Animal Crossing.
Gotta pay off my debt to Tom Nook, and that's...
God, could you imagine if you started Stardew Valley and had to finish paying Grandpa's home loan?
Oh my god! It would
Who
be
Tom
far
Nook?
more realistic, too.
And the mayor
Also
was like,
pay taxes
property.
on the
the
home.
mayor's like, up your
Yeah, by
ass.
the way... Yeah, by the way, I have property taxes to collect.
God, once a year we have to pay property taxes and we have to make sure we have enough
Oh,
money and
Lord.
savings for it.
Or else it's just game
Stop.
over. 40 hours of progress just completely gone.
That'd be really funny though.
like- Yeah.
There's gotta be a mod for that, right?
Property taxes mod!
Yeah, you know. As you do.
Alright,
Ooh, a new record on my eel. My eel is so big and long.
same. We're twinsies, oh my god.
Oh my god, twinning?
We both have such big long eels.
Oh my god, we should like compare eels sometime.
You just go to the bathroom and compare eels. Why is there a
Yeah.
skeleton? And who was trying to jump
On your
scare
eel?
me in my own house? Okay, I gotta make these bears not look like they're fucking anymore. Well, now they're gonna fuck over there. That's fine.
Yeah. Let them fuck. Hashtag let them fuck.
Okay, I need to look for the crab recipe real quick. Don't mind me. Crab cake.
Isn't it?
Here, Ducky, I present
You can only get it in
more
year
fish.
2, right?
Crab cakes?
Yeah.
Ooh,
present you
wait,
more
iridium
fish.
crabs in the Skull Cavern have a 50% chance of dropping crab cakes when slain.
Yep.
If you view Willie's 6-heart cutscene, you can buy them from Gus. I'm not doing that. Yeah,
Babe, you might have to.
year 2 is the only way you can get the recipe.
Oh,
The 21st of fall, year 2. I might just have to go run
Yup.
around in the caves and look for some crabs.
Peach.
More moolah.
I was on the second floor
Was it a bad luck day?
just getting on the fucking ladder. Do you think
find
you
a
can
crab.
kill a goddamn crab?
I could try.
New rod.
Also, I think you have a chance of getting it from the Queen of Sauce, maybe?
No.
No.
You learn it in year 2.
Oh.
The Queen of Sauce is predetermined.
Oh, that's...
It's the same for
what does
every
that
single
mean?
save file.
That fucking bitch being
Oh, my
predetermined.
pumpkins are ready. Look, this time I remembered
What a
the
whore.
farm.
You remember the farming part of the game?
Yeah.
I'm so proud of you.
I'm so proud.
Also, it's much easier to tell that the pumpkins are done than the broccoli.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have any more.
I need to build a flower chest.
You know what we need
Yeah.
to get that big chest recipe from Robin?
Yeah, we do.
There's a big chest. I love big chests.
Oh my god. Sure, whatever.
There we go. Smoke that eel. Sell the pumpkin.
Okay. There we go. Oh my god, the fucking farm is in ruins.
Huh?
Nothing, I'm talking to myself. The barn is like all fucked.
Pumpkin the barn.
The fence posts are all fucked up. So I gotta fix that.
Yo, I just got bread from the trash.
You got what?
Let's
You got bread by the
go.
chat?
Shh, from the trash.
Oh. Sorry, I heard I got
Is that
bread by the
Krobus? He's a
chat.
little shadow man.
And I was like, huh? Yeah, Krobus is a little shadow man.
What is
Can
a
I-
sweet egg?
Hey Peach, can I cook a duck in here?
I mean, I guess.
Alright.
How much is that return scepter? 2 billion?
Yeah,
Yeah, you know.
no biggie.
Krobus, what the fuck kind of store are you running?
A profitable one.
Only if he can sell it. Guess he just needs one sucker, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guess who that sucker is?
I mean, it's me. I'm that sucker.
Krobus do be girl bossing from time to time. Alright. I need to actually water my garden today. You're making another duck, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure I heard you
A
properly.
tilapia.
Man, my girl is fishing.
Yeah. I also need to get achievement. I'm sure there's an achievement for getting every fish.
I love that y'all placed the bear next to the pond, so it looks like he's like hunting. It's very cute.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Ducky is very cute.
I just realized I've been
It's
sitting
not
here
cute.
with my chat not pulled up.
Wait,
What?
what?
I opened a Google Doc or a Google page to look
Oh?
at something earlier, and I never pulled my chat back up, and so something cool is talking about Grandpa being buried on the property.
Yeah.
Legally, it's a cemetery, so they can't
Yeah.
tax us.
That is true.
What a total. I mean, that's if this is America.
That is also a good point.
Is that like a loophole
Oh, you
Yes.
donated the pumpkin. Great, cool. I don't have to.
that you just die and you're like, all right, bury me on the property so that my child doesn't have to pay any taxes on
Yeah,
it?
pretty much.
I mean, why do you think Trump buried his ex-wife on the golf course?
Oh yeah, he did do that, didn't he?
Huh?
I forgot about that.
Yeah. Yeah, his first wife had an accident recently, and it caused her death. And even though she was cremated, it still took like 6 fully grown men to carry her coffin for some reason.
It was full of all of her favorite things.
Yeah, of course. And fun documents.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And then he was buried on, I think it was on,
It was on a
the
golf course.
Bedminster
Yeah.
in New Jersey. I think it's the New Jersey one.
I don't know.
Anyways, if you were to go to where it is now, you would not be able to tell there's a grave there.
Oh, Third Ward, thank you for feeding Grim.
You would, like, that's just how fucked up it is.
That's just
Like, you would not be able to tell. It's not maintained.
Wait, you can feed Grim?
yeah. If you do exclamation mark feed, you can give him a little bone. You absolutely can.
Oh my
Give that
god!
dog a bone.
Yeah.
Wait, does it do something on your stream? I was just doing it.
Yeah, it feeds him on
Wait, I want to see this.
it feeds him on the camera, yeah.
Wait, I need to see this.
He also has little interactions when I get raided or people follow or I get bits or
Ah!
money. He does something
It's
different.
identical less than 30 seconds ago. Let me fucking feed the dog, damn it! Wait, that is so cute. I saw someone do it.
Yeah, but yeah, whenever you do bits,
That's
thank you
so
Kula for doing the bits. See, he holds a little bit in his mouth.
That's so cute. When I do a mascot thing, I'm gonna need you to teach me.
I didn't make this. Another VTuber made it.
I know, but like I need you to show me how to set it up.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I'll have to send you. But yeah, no, another VTuber made it, and she actually used Grim as a tester, because she wanted to start offering these as commissions at some point down the line. So Grim was her tester baby. But I think they turned out really good, and I like it a lot. Grim will never be calcium deficient. That is so true. Oh, this is a much nicer tavern for me. Look, my logic is if I'm going into the caves and on the first fucking floor there are 2 dragons and a ship full of mummies, I'm going back up and I'm just starting it over.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually if I, go to the caverns, like, really late, I'll just, like, just keep ladder hopping on the first floor and see if anything good comes up, just because I know that I'm not going to get far down.
Yeah,
That's not a bad idea.
that's essentially what I'm doing right now. Ooh. I'm essentially ladder hopping looking for those fucking crabs.
Fuck your father!
Fuck your father, fuck your father.
Would these crabs tell me to fuck my father? Probably.
I think
hope
so.
Oh, dragon. Come get me. You know, I didn't think you'd actually come get me.
What do you mean? You literally told me.
I know.
Why are you upset?
Fucking, I'm a dumbass. That's why.
I just realized
There's a fishing thing?
Monkey D. Dragon is literally named after 2 animals. What a weirdo.
Yes. Yeah, that's very true. There's also a way for me to see who's fed Grim the most.
Oh.
but I don't have that
fucking-
set up currently. Oh, a dragon raid? No.
How about no? Actually. God, this has got to be a super cucumber. Oh, well, it doesn't matter.
What was it?
I don't know.
Oh, you didn't get it?
Nope. Feisty as fuck.
Yeah, no, Grim's a special little man.
He's our little man.
Special little boy.
He's my special little boy.
He's just a little guy.
He really is. My favorite trait about him. And then before my lore video comes out and y'all realize he's actually, like, bigger than Tragedy is.
He's still okay, but like little guy is not about size. It's about a state of being.
He is the state of being, little guy.
Hmm.
Let me hydrate.
Whee! Wow, everybody's feeding Grim now.
Oh yeah.
Oh, 40-inch albacore.
Damn.
I'll show you
That's
a
going
40
right
inch
down my
albacore.
throat.
That's pretty impressive albacore.
Sushi down my throat, daddy.
No, not a sushi, just full.
Who's daddy in this scenario?
Hold on. Who wants?
I
Oh,
don't
Bulby
know.
wants tree noises. Here, have some tree noises.
I don't know.
Don't hit me.
I just, like, remembered one of my friends posting a gif of just spinning 3D text that just said sushi down my throat, daddy, and it's like ingrained in my mind, you know?
Forever.
No, that's fucking banger.
Until the end
Did
of
they
time.
redeem me tree noises? That is fucking amazing. I love that.
Like, what does it mean? I don't know.
Will I ever? Probably not.
Yeah,
Does it have a meaning? Does it need one?
yeah, it really doesn't need one. You're right.
Any crabs down here? Just a fucking ghost.
Just
Wait,
a
what?
fucking
I'm
ghost.
looking for...
Someone call the Ghostbusters.
I'm looking for a crab that can give me a crab cake, and instead I'm finding 2 depressed motherfuckers.
Make that 3.
Hold on, I'm on my way.
Hang on, just a minute.
Oh, and there's a dragon coming, so we're just gonna get the fuck out of Dodge.
It's 11:40.
I know, I'm getting the fuck out of Dodge.
Why didn't you dodge?
Oh, I know, it's so sleepy. Go home.
It's the big eat for hours.
I don't really care for sushi much, but I don't really like raw fish, so...
I like raw other
I-
things, but not fish.
I don't like the texture.
I love sushi.
It weirds me out.
I do not.
Fucking love
like
sushi.
Well, there's more for you then, Ducky.
Exactly. If you guys are ever served sushi and you're like, I'll be like,
Yeah.
they'll have the mac and cheese, and then I'll take your sushi.
I like lobster.
I never had
No, you're
lobster.
getting the mac and cheese.
I want lobster mac and cheese.
I can't pay for lobster.
Ooh.
But you can pay for sushi?
Well,
All right, I'm getting the iridium pickaxe. You are not stopping me.
What if I needed another
I've been
house
fishing
upgrade?
for this moment. I have been fishing. Why were you in my bed? Peach, I have been fishing for this moment.
Okay, but what if I want another house upgrade?
Do you need another house upgrade?
What if I want it to look all nice and pretty? Have you ever considered that maybe I want the world?
How about me? Have you considered me?
Have you considered that I want to be famous?
I mean, want to be famous? Buy followers.
I can't. I can't. I can't be a bitch. I can't do it. The pain. Okay.
Why does your trash not have anything? I need to watch the Knuckles series.
What are you wanting from their trash?
I don't know. What can you get from
Yeah, I'm
trash?
concerned.
I don't know. I just want something.
You said, "Give me trash."
That's the mystery.
Isn't Red Lobster?
The trash man.
Isn't Red Lobster going bankrupt? Yeah, they sure are. But that's what happens
They
when the
are?
quality of your food is not consistent ever.
Yeah,
Oh?
it really isn't.
I've never been.
Yeah, well, you're not really missing out.
I mean, I need
No,
to go.
I mean,
I
it
can't
was
go
really-
once. I would have to go twice.
You're missing out, yeah, from the good ones, but good luck figuring out which ones are the good ones.
Two Google
just-
reviews.
I feel like they
Oh, I
declined in
do not
quality
like
over
that.
the past, like,
I do not like how
year.
Joja Mart.
I mean, few years.
Yeah. What about Joja Mart?
What do you mean? Joja Mart's slogan is "Join us,
Yeah, it is.
thrive."
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you know. As you do.
Normal shit. Joja Mart in my mod is a castle, so...
I mean, that's so much cooler. However, comma, why is that a cult? Like, that is cult language.
It is definitely cult behavior. Oh fuck, not the lobsters. Yeah, the lobsters have to go.
Just gotta go.
Time to say goodbye to the lobsters.
With the lobsters.
Don't forget about the fair! Don't forget about my schlong.
You gotta show off. I'm gonna show off my schlong at the fair tomorrow. My Irish or like
I don't know where you're going for there.
I don't know where you're
I
going
have
with that
no
bit.
idea.
Like an
It
Irish,
was
like, sailor?
Grandpa
Like,
Yugi, but like Irish, slightly.
Oh, I was getting like an Irish Mr. Krabs, but
Yeah,
go off, I guess.
It was certainly a character.
Yeah. You could say that.
A character is what it was.
Anyways, I have nothing to do today, so my pickaxe is getting upgraded.
Oh yeah, your pickaxe is getting upgraded. Jesus fucking Christ. If you heard me trying to get into my own... A duck feather!
Huh?
Finally!
Oh.
Thank
Now
you!
call them a slur!
Whoa. God damn. She got real into it for a second there. Are we good? Am I safe here?
Are you a duck? Oh wait, shit.
Are you a duck?
Yugi?
He's gonna call you something very not nice.
Are you gonna call me a quacker?
The cows are of milking age. Sorry. I realized how weird that sounded after I said it.
Oh my god. The
Minute.
cows are of milking age.
Give me
Join
thine
us.
delicious.
Thrive!
I love when my cows are of milking age.
It's time for milk.
Do I have what I need to make cheese? I need hardwood, copper,
You got
stone
cows
wood.
of milking age, I'd say so.
I meant the cheesemaker, you fucking ass.
Don't you need milk for cheese?
Yes, but I also need a cheese maker.
Well,
You're like, well, now you're asking for too much.
yeah. Are you trying just making the cheese?
Cat, you better leave my fucking ducks alone.
Don't tell Colonel what to do.
If he touches my ducks,
Yeah?
I'm gonna cry.
What, you're gonna attack a cat with a heart condition?
Don't use his heart condition against me!
Is that what you're gonna do? Is that what you're gonna fucking do? Hi, Crystal! You chose interesting time to come in. Yo, 2 Geos out of that.
Oh, good night, Kula. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Also, please don't die overnight. What
That'd
the
be
fuck?
sad.
Kula's like threatening me with death.
Yeah,
And not
Kula, like,
yours?
came into my DMs the other day and was like, "Hey, I really hate the ER." I'm like, "The what?" The emergency room.
Yeah, I know what an ER is.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I was like, "Are you?" I wanted to fucking kill him.
Kula at random comes into my DMs and is like, I had a dream about your husband. And I'm like, what?
Has he ever had a dream about you or just Gore? Because that's
Just
powerful.
gore. Just gore. Every
Amazing.
time.
That's amazing.
And every time I'm like, huh?
Hi, Crystal.
Bundle complete. Wahoo!
Oh, I got a
What?
recycling machine.
Nice. I got a sardine. So who's really winning here?
You know, you don't have to be a bitch about it. Alright. I can't sleep. Someone puked in my hotel bed.
What?
You, mayhaps?
Yeah, who else
Um,
would pook? What?
Did you goop in your fucking hotel bed, Kula?
Hula.
Hula!
No gooping.
Did you do it again?
Gooper,
We
no.
told you it's a goop-free zone.
Gooper, no gooping.
Gooner, no gooning.
Yeah, for sure. Keep that out of the hotel room. Keep that at home where you're safe
Yeah.
from STDs.
Mm-hmm.
STGs. Sexually transmitted goons.
Sexually transmitted gods.
Praise the Lord.
Praise the Lord. I have an STD.
Super traditional devotion.
Hell
Cool.
yeah.
I want to know, was it you that puked on your bed or not? I need to know.
Wait, why do you have a hotel bed?
He's
What is happening in your life?
He's not at home right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
He's
I saw him
on-
talk about a nurse
he's away on
also, so
business.
I'm like,
Yeah.
on business?
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe you got sick. God.
Maybe you drank too much, alcoholic.
Yeah.
Just start calling people alcoholics for no reason.
What are you, sharing a bed with a guy?
Or a
This
bottle
is exactly what
of
we wanted
alcohol?
you to do. This is what we meant when we were talking about Penny.
Yeah.
I told you. It was just a phase.
Man, you really did take all my bait, huh?
I asked if I could!
Yeah, but I didn't mean, like, so much that I am out!
I literally asked! And you said, yeah, it's
Oh, yeah.
no problem. I easily get more.
Well, I'm going-
So much more, it's not an issue.
Alright, well, I'm going to get more.
Alright, we gotta go check the VOD.
I was literally like, I'll put it back, and you're like, no, it's fine.
No, it's not. No, you using it is fine, but all of it?
Oh, by the way, can this be our last day?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I am.
It's been nearly 5 hours.
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh my god, it has. What the fuck?
You guys never realized
It's
that?
No.
been nearly 5 hours. The timer has gone down by 1 hour.
God.
Look, Ducky, my life is fucking chaos.
Yeah,
Life
you
is
just
kind
got
of like a
so
video
sucked
game.
into Stardew Valley that you just forgot time existed.
Yeah, pretty much.
I believe it.
Now I'm looking for fucking bugs to get more goop. Oh, this area is infested, but not with anything that will give me bug guts.
That's fucked up.
So fucked up.
Fucked up.
Infested with slime. infested with slime. There are so many fucking slimes.
Why do you sound like you're trying to do a Miku impression?
I'm not, but I'm glad that that's what it sounds like.
Like, 100% that sounded like you're trying to, like, Social Miku. This area is infested with slime. So many fucking slime.
There's way too many fucking slimes. Go to floor 15. I thought you could run into them sooner.
Accident.
Kula, why are you hitting on my husband?
Why are you bleeding? Our husband.
God damn it.
Yeah, come on.
Oop, oop. Oop. Come here.
I love it.
Give me your guts.
Why are you bleeding?
I need more guts, please.
Oh, waiter. More. Oh, I didn't water my broccoli today.
Oh my goodness.
I'm a great partner.
Oh, waiter, more guts, please.
More guts, please.
Guts.
So cool. I wonder what happens if I...
Guts. Ow. Fucker. I just wanted guts. And instead I got gut. Not Gore being sexually approached by Kula in my DMs.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Ignore the fact you can't refuse. It's just an invitation, Gore. Come on.
Yeah. It's a strongly worded invitation.
No
It's a
issues.
Yeah.
I'm helping by smoking fish.
Oh, are you just standing by the smoker doing the fish?
Yeah, but it's also about to be, like...
Oh yeah, it is about to be midnight.
time.
Wazy. I guess I'll grab my last couple bits of bug guts.
Oh yeah, I guess we're doing the panty raid. At least, I mean, we never did the panty raid, though.
No, because it requires us to be friendly with the mayor.
Yeah, we hate his pants shitting ass.
Yeah.
I love
We do hate his pants shitting ass.
I love Kula being like, Gore, are you really everybody's husband and not just mine? Does that surprise you, Kula?
I am but Chat's bottom. Oh my god.
I'm running. I ran into the
I'm running.
I ran into the signpost, but I'm running.
God.
Oh my god.
Boom. It was a comedically placed sound effect.
Alright. Oh my god, I can always tell when the cat's out because my dog loses his fucking mind.
Oh.
Alright, I made it.
Good work today, gang.
Wahoo.
Look at all that smoked fish. I don't know why I said it like that.
Whoa. $13.50 from smoked tilapia?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you bet it's bedtime for everyone, Kula.
Ducky said I tried to take a nap before
Except
this.
for you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Joey-
except for you, Kula. You have to clean
unless
your
you want to
bed.
sleep in like your
You vomit
unless
bed
you want to
ass.
sleep in like
Sleep in
stomach
your own
acid.
vomit.
Yeah.
Look at how cute my layout
Like
is.
some sort of
uh,
sick freak.
My layout's so adorable. I love it.
Oh, that is really cute.
I love it.
Let's see. Who do we rate?
Oh yeah, who are we rating?
Anyone we both know. Not that I know.
When I knocked upon your door. Oh, wrong part of the song.
I don't know if you know May Trans 42.
Who?
She's
Tell me why my brain went,
I don't
oh, just
know.
raid Yiggy.
No, I've actually been there when climbing someone and say like, oh, collab partner is live.
I'm dumb as rocks. I don't know who that is, but I don't.
Yeah, it's her birthday.
Okay, we can rate her. V Mimi is what you said?
No, May.
May.
But she goes by Trent.
What's their? You send me the at? Did you?
Yep.
Oh, look at you.
Already got it.
They're
Check out all
early
the
this
socials.
morning.
All the. We pause the timer now before I forget.
Oh god, Kula, you're not gonna go to sleep if raid Mimi.
Yeah, we're also rating May so that you fucking.
Just lay in the puke. It's a little cold, but it'll
Just
help.
lay in the puke.
It'll help you stay.
It's warm.
It'll help. It'll help you stay nice and cozy.
Cozy.
Yeah,
Anyway-
something like that.
Anyways, I feel like I'm gonna fall forward. So y'all have a good one.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow.
Bye bye.
I would say I love you.
Bye.
I do. Love
But
you. Have a good day.
bye.
Early this morning. Oh, goodbye, Kay.